students as well, and that doesn't necessarily happen everywhere. Just want to celebrate that a little bit. Just want to thank our sponsors, Power of Life, Sweets and Elson Barbecue. Coaches, when y'all get done, we're going to do a short interview with you over at the table in the corner. Players, when you're done, you can go back and get some food. And just want to thank everybody for jumping in and joining us. And we want to get things started. We're just going to have a quick round table. They're going to discuss generally, why this is so important to our communities and what not only our communities but these student athletes get out of it, but what's expected to them as well. And Coach Maxwell, you're our host today, so I'll let you get us started.
Yes. 7 years ago when I came East Coweta, me and Coach Moutier has competed against each other when he was on the boys' side years ago. And we wanted to kind of do something for the kids in Coweta, Fayette, and at one time that included Spalding County. And so it's really grown to a point where, we want to make sure that our athletes in Coweta and Fayette counties are being recognized throughout the sport of basketball. In both counties we're mainly, football / baseball, softball, volleyball, tennis type county. Whereas now, we're looking at the past 7 years between girls basketball and boys basketball, the athletes that are coming out of Coweta and Fayette counties really need to be recognized, as well as the coaches that have come over and joined us. Coach Moutier coming over from the boys' side. The Fayette County coach has won multiple state championships in Spalding County, as well as the new coach that's at Sandy Creek High School, the girls' coach, as well as the boys' coach. And he's been to the Final Four, even the championship as well. So Noonan going to the Elite 8, East Coweta girls transforming the program. Trinity, Heritage, Whitewater, year in and year out. Both programs are really, really good. So we just want to make sure we get representation for our athletes in Coweta and Fayette in regards to Media Day, because our coaches do an outstanding job.
Just to add to that, we, and again, like Coach Maxwell said, we started this in 2014. It wasn't this big. We had maybe the Noonan Times and Fayette Sports there in the beginning, and it has grown, which is great. On our side, on my side of it, we talk about, I coach boys, and I knew boys get a lot of attention. When I came over to the girls' side, there wasn't a lot of attention getting to the girls. So that was one thing I talked to him about how can we get our talent recognized, because we have a lot of talent on the girls' side. He mentioned Fayette County, but there's other schools other than Fayette County there who've been to it. Sandy Creek has also been there. McIntosh is known for girls basketball. Stars Mill has players. They currently got a player who's committed to Auburn. And then, of course, my girls are always playing hard and playing together. So we started a number of things from the Queens of the Hardwood, which has grown to Fayette and Coweta Media Day. We just want our talent down here to be recognized other than football. For basketball, it's almost you got to go to the north side of Atlanta to get in some attention. So we were proud of our schools down here in Fayette and Coweta. And we hope that this continues. It's getting bigger and bigger. So hopefully, eventually everybody in the state of Georgia will be able to recognize us down here. We do have our county AD from Fayette County. He's going to talk about just what basketball and sports in general and how that relates to academics. Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to this Media Day. One of the things I think when you look at athletics, many times stakeholders and individuals in the community, they know more about the athletic prowess of the schools that are represented, more so than they can tell you about the CCRBI, graduation rate, or any number of other factors that are entailed with any of our schools. In Fayette County, we are very proud of the accomplishments that our athletic programs, and specifically our basketball programs, have made. Last year we had Fayette County High School that made it to the finals of the 4A championship, and Sandy Creek High School made it to the 3A championship. Wish they could have got over that hump, but we're really looking for some growth with those programs this year. And then also we're really proud of our other programs as well. McIntosh Girls had an outstanding year, and we're looking for our teams from Sandy Creek and Fayette County High School with new coaches to do very well. Also having the girls program here from Whitewater, coaches representing that program too. So we're really looking forward to an outstanding season. And also just, having a McDonald's All-American from Fayette County really says a lot about the programs that we have here. So we're just looking to continue to grow. We're looking for continued progress and an outstanding season as well. And I'll turn it back over to Coach Muye.
I tell you what, real quick before we do that, Mr. Mann, I just wanted you to kind of address something I think gets overlooked a lot of times by the community, the parents and everything, is the time these coaches put in that we don't see on the basketball court. It's not practices, it's not the games, but there's so much more that is entailed in their jobs. Just kind of address that real quick for us.
I think many times parents simply see the final product that takes place on game day. They see the girls or the boys out there on the court, the wins or the losses that happen at the end of the game. But speaking as a former basketball coach and football coach, the amount of time that you put in and the amount of time that you are away from your family, and Coach Muye, I mean, you're still coaching football, and you got to leave here and you've got to watch film for the first round of the playoffs in football. It's numerous hours that individuals really don't think about. And then another thing, sometimes the parents really don't understand how the coaches are trying to formulate a plan to win games. And sometimes people, I think, take things personally if their child doesn't get the amount of playing time that they think that they should have. Every coach that I've interacted with from a professional standpoint, they want what's best for their girls or their boys or whichever sex of students that they're representing, but they also want the team to win. They want the team to do well. It's nothing personal if your child doesn't play as much as a parent thinks that they should play. But all these are factors that coaches go through. And then on top of it, many of them are teachers as well, where they have to make sure that the instructional level that they're providing for their students are on par as well. So there's a lot of stress that comes along with that. Not a lot of money that comes along with it as well, since every coach can tell you that. But they do it for the love of the sport. They do it because they enjoy working with young people and they enjoy seeing these individuals grow. I think any coach in here could tell you, I mean, it's one of the best things that you can have after you've been doing this for a while is for a former player to come up to you 10 years, after you've had them and tell you, the type of impact you made in their life. So all of those things really make this worthwhile as a coach.
And Coach Muye, Coach Max, we'll let y'all, we'll just kind of wrap things up. Final thoughts on this, because I know, kind of piggybacking off what he talked about, there's a lot more that goes into that starting lineup necessarily than play on the court. You've got grades and a lot of other things that kind of play into that, and maybe sometimes there's a lesson going on that isn't as visible.
Well, two things that Mr. Mann said. With the hours, we have, and I'm pretty sure Maxwell does too, a great support system. My wife at home lets me do all this stuff. So I got all girls at the house, and she's raising the kids while I'm out here having fun. So it's trust me, the hours are crazy. But as far as the girls and playing time, I really believe in competition, and competition brings out the best in anyone. So we try to compete in practice every day. But I am blessed at Whitewater. We have some really intelligent student athletes, and so I have problems with AP classes and getting around Beta Club. I think we had a practice the other day, and 3 of the starters was in DECA and Beta and AP. So grade-wise, we're really good. This excellent group of girls, and they compete. So when you're competing at every level, whether it's academics or athletics, the best will come out of you.
I think sometimes we don't realize it's a thin line between giving the high school students a great experience and winning. I think that's a very thin line. I think as a staff, I have almost five to six coaches on my staff, so that we can kind of move through that pathway, because we try to pick a mirror in the kids. We don't try to target the talent. And you know, some of the kids scrutinize, I'm better than that kid, but the other kid that's on that bench understands that he may not play, and the program may do more for that kid than the kid actually does do for the program. So here, and as well as all our coaches, like Coach talked about competition, but like I know some of his girls, his parents work here, and they weren't all that talented. They just raved about Coach Moody, Coach Moody, Coach Moody, right? And the experience they had before they went on to Georgia Southern. So, you know, that's something me and him never talked about. But I just think it's a thin line between the high school experience and winning, and we got to make sure we keep that, you know, we just keep that in mind, you know, when the parents are looking at if my son and if my daughter plays and how much they play. Because we got to make sure that, you know, it's just high school. You know, less than 1% of these kids are going to play college sports. But at the same time, we want to make sure that most of them have the best experience they can have ever.
And we'll wrap up this portion and take a quick break. Coach Mouillet, if you'll get your young ladies in, we'll swap over. The Lady Wildcats will be first up. And welcome back to Fayette County and Coweta County Basketball Media Day. We're going to start out with the Lady Wildcats. If you would like to introduce your young ladies, and we'll get going.
All right, we'll start at the end down there. These are my 5 seniors that I have this year. So we have Elliot Chance, KT Okonkwo, Leah Smith, Charity Cloud, and Michaela Key.
And let's start with Coach. Tell me a little bit about your team. You've got a glut of experience coming back, probably a little bit of a disappointing end to last year, but you got more than enough talent to not just get back to the playoffs, but maybe make some noise. Talk to me about your team.
You had to bring it last year to start off. All right, so very disappointing year last year. Our region is really tough. It's brutal, but we have a talented group. We have a couple of juniors that are not sitting where they're sitting in the audience, but that are going to contribute, which is India McIntyre and Cassie. But these girls, and I talk about all the time about player-driven and coach-driven teams. I think you're a better team when you're player-driven, and these girls are player-driven. I mean, they do what they need to do. There's not a lot of playing around in practice. They're focused, and then we have 3 of the girls have college offers, so we're blessed in that sense. But my expectation is always high. It's been like that since I started coaching, so I expect the best side of them. They've been with me since they were freshmen. All 5 of them played varsity as freshmen, so they know what to expect and they know what to do.
And for each of the players, tell me what will make this a successful season to you in your mind. What makes this a great year?
So for me personally, I think like communication will be really key. Like just being able to like execute our offense and like on the defensive end, being able to like communicate, make sure doing everything it's supposed to.
As far as this season goes, I'm just trying to get farther than we did last year, and just our chemistry and hoping we can get that better than it was, and just move farther into the playoffs.
I'd say chemistry as well. I think we already work pretty well together on the floor. Like we're all pretty close. But you know, you can always go up and always get better, and that's just kind of our goal next day.
Yeah, we come in the gym and we work hard, we put in the work together. We're always thinking about how we can improve our game and things like that.
Yeah, we do hang out a lot. We worked out all summer, big CrossFit. I'm gonna do dope.
Next question. Tell me something. What do you love about your teammates? Like what makes your teammates special?
We've known each other forever. Me, Leah, and Charity have known each other since 7th grade, and the rest of them in high school. So, you know, we always have fun together, and it's great spending time with them.
For me, I'd probably say like personality-wise, we're all very different, so it always is interesting for the most part.
Yeah, Elliot said me, Elliot, and Sherry all grew up together, went to middle school together. I played like in elementary school with KT, and then we somehow got reconnected back at Whitewater. And the same thing with Michaela, we played against each other. And we're all really different, but at the same time we all get along really well. And it's just, we have fun, but we all stay focused and get things done too.
Yeah, I think I love most about us is that we do get along. We don't really let anything come between us. We can always bounce back from situations. We know when it's game time for the game. Outside of that, we have our fun. Things like that.
Yeah, we are a tight family. We do a lot together.
Another one for each of the players. Tell me what's the strongest part of your game? What's the biggest asset you bring to the team? And what's something you've been working on improving?
I'd say defensively, I bring that to the table. I've been working on my shot a lot over the offseason. I think that'll help us as we go forward.
So for me, probably offensively, being able to push the ball in transition. And what I've been working on for my game are my three-pointers.
So this past year we lost a lot of guards and a lot of ball handlers, so I tried to work on that part of my game just so I can help us out and get the ball, you know, just stuff like that. Probably shooting is my strongest thing, and then ball handling I would say was my weakest, but hopefully it's different now.
I think I bring the communication aspect. I feel like we all communicate with them. Being point guard, the conductor on the team, things like that. I've been working on getting to the rim and work together, doing like pick and rolls, things like that. And we know will translate into a game to help us us go farther than we did last year?
Yeah, I've been working on my shooting, but I feel like I get the ball all around the whole team, like point guard, so communication is very important.
One more for Coach. With such an experienced team, tell me how you've seen kind of each of them grow since you've been coaching since they're freshmen.
The plan is to sit down and relax and enjoy watching them play this year. When they came in as freshmen with KT was the only one not here her freshman year, but the other four, you know when you have talent, we just needed them to grow up. So that freshman sophomore year was growing pains for them. Last year they did really well. Just expectations are now to the point where I don't have to call an offense, I don't have to call a defense. I have 4 or 5 coaches on the court at one time, so I'm really excited about this year. I think it's going to go well, and it may not come down again. Our region is crazy. It is girls. The talent on the girls level in our region is ridiculous. So whether they make the playoffs or not, I tell them all the time, I'm proud of everything they've done for 4 years. It's going to be exciting. I know they all can go play on the next level, so we get to watch them play basketball a little more than just one more season.
Well, Coach, ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck this coming season. We'll take a quick break. Coach, if you'll check with them back there, do a quick interview. Ladies, there's some food in the back for you. And we'll move on to the ladies from Trinity next. If you want to do the introductions and get started.
Coach Justin Stevens, my second year at the Heritage School. This is 3 of our 5 seniors. First got Hayla Spence, Ella Thornton, and Kayla Mead.
Coach, with y'all losing most of y'all season last year due to COVID, what does it mean for y'all to have this new season? What's the outlook this year?
Yeah, COVID sucks. But look, got most of the girls back, 4 of our starting 5. We're just happy that whatever side of the fence you're on, people have been vaccinated, it's a little bit safer now. So hopefully, we won't have any problems like we did last year. But at the same time, now the girls kind of understand that things can be taken away from them quickly, right? So everything we do out here, it needs to be a purpose. So we're ready. Girls looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. So it should be good.
Rich, how would you identify? How would you describe the identity of your team? How would it be different from last year? What have you seen different? Not better, worse, just different.
I would definitely say, especially being my second year, this group is a lot closer. Having 5 seniors or 5 seniors that are heavily involved in playing time and stuff like that. We talked early on in March, April about what we want the season to look like. How are they going to leave this program a better place? So they have taken more charge of this program, whereas last year there's more coaches leading it, one of the seniors, but now this is really their program. And they're going their goal is, again, to leave it a better place, a better program than really high. So those girls that are coming up know what it's like to be a senior.
For you ladies, what game or what moment have y'all circled on the calendar? I know they're all important, but what's some of the games that are a game that is important?
All of them are important. It's like how you build like after each game when you're coming into the next practice. But of course, every year it's always Trinity, down the street rivals. Always a good game. You never know what you're gonna get. So that's what we always circle. Of course, all region games, but Trinity, of course, the first one we look at.
Yeah, I'll have to piggyback off of Michaela. I'm really excited for the Trinity game this year because it's always a fun game. It's always really competitive. But I'm also excited. We get to play a lot more public schools and stuff this year, and I think that's good for us to get out there and try.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Trinity game. It's always really fun, our best rival team, and I'm also excited for the Brookstone game as well. We lost some stuff last year, but I think we're ready to piggyback with what y'all said. I'm excited for every single game coming up this season.
Coach, give us just a high level. I think she said some other opponents on the schedule. Just give us a high level of your schedule.
Early test on the third game, we played Greenville at their place. We played them twice actually. We will play at pretty much every public school in the county. We played Newnan twice. We played Northgate in her county's tournament. We'll play at EC's Thanksgiving shootout. So I don't know if we're playing, but just an opportunity to be with those other big public schools. Trying to give my girls a chance to show their stuff in front of our schools and just not be scared of nobody, right? But other than that, obviously the region games, Pacelli, Brookstone, Trinity, those are all big games.
Coach, last year losing your senior guard, Ayana, who will be thrusted in that role to show the court overall?
All of them. Like, we don't have one person. I think that was one of the major problems last year. Depending on one person to bring the ball and do most of the ball handling actually hurt us, especially towards the end of the region. But making sure that all of them can read the floor, do something with the ball, and make plays for others that makes us more dynamic. So it's been frustrating sometimes for the girls, but they see why we need to, right? That way, some foul trouble, if we need to make an adjustment, like they'll all be prepared for that.
For the ladies, who is somebody on the roster that we may not know about yet that's impressed you, that's coming on strong, that we will know about in a few weeks, but we just don't know about yet?
I would say our sophomore, Susan Grayton, passed. She got a few minutes in last year, but she's been one that's put in the work constantly every day over the summer and the beginning of the fall. We have several athletes who do dual sports, but she's one that's fully focused on basketball and has put in all her time. Like, she had practice with Coach Stevens this morning. Like, she is one that will probably be one of our new starting five. Who are going to put up a bunch of rebounds. She knows she's not short, she's willing to fight, and she constantly gets better every practice.
I'd have to say our freshman, Sarah Kate Evans, she brings a new energy to the team that I don't think we had last year. She makes practices really fun. She's always challenging each other, and she is aggressive, to put it that way. She is just a super fun player, and I'm excited for her to get an opportunity to play with us.
I was also going to say SK. SK has a natural love and a natural talent for being a point guard. She has great court vision, great passes. I think the more she grows up, the more she improves, the better she's going to get, and the better leader that she's going to be. She has great potential.
Speaking to Aliyah, if I'm saying that correctly, I can recall last last year's game, we had a big game, we had like 20 points, multiple 3-pointers, man, I can't recall the exact number. But what is it for you that just gets you in that mode, just lock in and just rely on that shooter's touch to get the team going?
For me, to get focused, it's all about the pregame. I have to get a little bit hyped before games, hype myself up. As a team, the locker rooms, it's crazy. You can probably hear us out there on the gym, in the court. But that's really important for me. But as soon as we step on that court, I have to be zoned into the game, put my shots up, warm up, and then it's all about the chemistry on the court, getting in the rhythm, and taking smart shots at the end of the day.
Coach, ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Coach, any final thoughts?
Thank you all for having us. I said looking forward to the season. Having great 5 seniors this year. Love these girls to death, and appreciate y'all having us.
Reminder, Coach, if you'll check with them in the back there, do more of an interview, ladies, food in the back for you. Fayette County girls will be next up. Coach, if you'd like to do the introductions.
Hi, next to me I have my freshman, Andrea Hope. I have my 2 seniors, Akina Rivers, February Pulley. I have my sophomore, Emily Wuha, and I have my assistant coach, Coach Travis.
We'll start with Coach. Last year was obviously a different year. A lot of things going on, transition to a whole new coaching staff. Obviously, COVID made things different for everybody. But it's a real trying year. What can you take away from last year as you build on into this season?
Due to COVID, we had some ups and downs. This year, I have 3 committed returners, the 2 seniors and 1 sophomore, and I had a group of freshmen that, that's bought into the program and them believing in the process that I'm trying, the direction that I'm going into. And, we have high expectations this year, better than last year.
And for the returning players, kind of the same question. What can you take away from last season and kind of wipe it away and get back to the winning ways?
What I can say from last year is it was very difficult just to say we have a very new coach that understands basketball. It was kind of hard for us to adjust just dealing with our coach from like sophomore year. So I think this year will be way better and an improving year for us this year.
Okay, basically piggybacking on what she's saying. Last year was a difficult year, new coaching staff, as you said, but I feel like this year we have more committed players, more hard work, more drive, and basically I feel like that'll take us far. It being my first year as a freshman, it was very different. And then having our coach come in, it was her first year, and everything COVID, it was very difficult. But this year, I feel like it'll be very good, it'll be better because of the talent we have and the skill, and not us knowing each other even better.
And for each of the players, kind of what we talked about, tell me what's the strongest part of your game, and then what's the thing you've been working on the most this offseason?
I think the strongest part of the game would be controlling the team, like helping them be patient and not rush through like plays and calm them down. But the biggest part, I think it's really shooting, but I've been working on it this past offseason.
I think my strongest aspect would be shooting, just because I like shooting. And that's what I mostly like work on. I think my weakest aspect is communicating defense and ball handling, but I plan on working on it throughout the season.
My strongest aspect, I feel like, would be good passes. What I'm working on is being more confident shooting the ball and taking the drop myself.
My weakest aspect would probably be ball handling, communicating, and just like being able to move the ball more. My strongest aspect was probably being in the post area, being able to have the ball go up to the basket.
For each of the players, what's the thing that will make the season a success for you? Is it a certain number of wins? Is it the playoffs? Is it just some kind of intangible thing?
I think what will is like if we all have like good attitude and effort throughout the whole season, just communicate and just have fun.
What she said. Very much, very big on communication, just improving, you know, by ourselves, even as a team. I think our chemistry is very good. So I think that really take us really far in the season.
Piggybacking on what basically what they said. Good energy, communication, attitude, effort. I feel like this season will be really good. We have great chemistry, new people coming up, the team's getting better.
All our individual talents, I feel like I put them all together. Plus the communication we added in, our chemistry that we've been building over the years, because we've gone on each other for some time. So yeah, I feel like we have a great season.
For Coach, last one, just tell me a little bit about your team. What is it that's going to be your strength? Is it guard play, post, kind of what's going to set you guys apart?
For this year's team, our strength is our guard play. We have some quick and fast guards. They're gritty. They're going to get after it. They're defensive minded. They know that's what I believe in. So I think we're gonna have good guard play. We have Yemi Nuha. She's gonna be strong inside for us, and we're just expecting to go and compete on every level.
Coach Gilbert, ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Coach, reminder, they'll do an interview with you over here. Ladies, through the back. We want to, again, thank all of our sponsors for this afternoon as they make this possible. Empower for Life, Camera Garage Door Renovations, Everything Sweets, and Ellison Barbecue all stepping up to make this happen this afternoon. And next up is Trinity Girls. As we want to continue with the Trinity Christian Girls. Coach, if you'd like to introduce the ladies.
Thank you all for inviting us. We're certainly thrilled to be here. It's awesome to be here with everybody, all the other teams as well. So I'll just start down at the end. First three from that end are all our seniors this year. So first one down there is Sophie Taleghi. And then we have Kendall Wells and Ashley Settle, again, all seniors. And then Madison Moore is sitting next to me. She's a junior this year, but been playing like a senior since she was about 6th grade. So thankful for these 4. I'm going to tell you right now, I wish we could have our whole team here, and I would love for you to know them. But these 4 represent us pretty well. Thankful for them.
We had a strong run last year in the playoffs. We lost a really good player here. Getting a very good player, really good player. How's this team going to be different? And how's it going to be the same? Because you still got 3 starters, 3 pieces. I guess, how is Sophie's game different than what we were still last year?
So last year we had a pretty good run. We went to the Sweet 16, and I think we put out somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 6 points. I can't remember exactly. I tried to forget it. But this year's team, how it's going to be different, how we hope it's going to be different. I think that last year we just didn't have that gear to get us over the edge. We didn't have something. We had a lot of things. We won a lot of games, and we had good success. It was a great season. This year, I think this group is coming in with, we've got a ton of experience. We've got a ton of drive, a ton of want to, dedication, commitment. Several of these young ladies right here actually, it was kind of an impromptu team meeting at the end of the season last year. And they looked at me and said, "Coach, we want to go to the Final Four." And all of them have put in work beyond what you can know to be better this year. And so I think that we have some opportunities to do some great things this season. And yeah, so Sophie does bring a different element to it. I think we have a lot of people who bring different elements this year, a lot of weapons. And at the same time, we have a ton of work to do to get it all working together to create that chemistry, that trust. A lot of it's there. We care a lot about, our players care a lot about each other. They're willing to work and fight for each other and make it work. But we have a long way to go as well. Lots of work to do, for sure.
Is that extra gear make one transition buckets, coach?
Yeah, I think we're always looking for more buckets, right? But yeah, we have people that can fill it and make things happen and make plays from all over the court. We have a lot of good guards that bring a lot of defensive intensity and prowess and aggression. I think you're going to see a more aggressive Trinity. However that pans out, you're going to see a more aggressive Trinity this year. And I'm thankful for that, for sure. But we have a lot of people, including Sophie, who can handle that ball on the floor. So maybe whereas in the past you see post kick it out to guard, she can turn and dribble that thing up like a point guard and we're on the run. And so there's a lot of weapons and tools that we have this year that'll be interesting to see how it all plays out, for sure.
For the players, share something with us that y'all laugh at or make fun of Coach about.
I got one. Wait. All right. So there's a lot of times during games or in practices where he'll get all of our attention, like yelling at all of us, and we'll all turn around and he'll be like, I forgot what I was gonna say. And so then we're all like, all right. So then it kind of just, I don't know, but it's super funny because he'll completely forget what he's going to say, and all of us are prepared to listen and learn more, and then he just... I would say during games, whenever we have timeouts, he'll call like a huddle, and he'll sit like in the middle of the circle. He can't get back up. He has to like grab on his own and stay back up. So that's definitely one of the things.
Yeah, we're going to get old one day.
Definitely his stories. We have probably a story before and after practice, almost every day, before games, after games. Always funny or something that's so irrelevant, honestly. But there's a lot of times during practice, trying to explain what we have to do, and it's just
middle of sentence, at the beginning of the sentence, he's just boom, it's just boom, every single time.
So tell us about your decision to go to Kansas, kind of what's part of that, how that, and what you got to look forward to.
So, well, I'm from Hungary, and it was always my dream to come here and play college in America. So, when I came here and they just offered me, and I felt like I worked for it. And when I went there and saw the court, I just had the feeling that this is my place, this is where I want to go, this is what I have to be. Yeah.
Kendall, I felt like last year your game improved just leaps and bounds from the beginning to the end of the season, and your play was, there were games where you were double-double and just killing the boards. Where do you see, how's that progression with taking 6 last year, and where do you see your game at right now?
Definitely being this summer, being like the only senior out there, with her being out of town and her being back home. I definitely gained a lot of leadership, and I think that definitely helped a lot with my game and the confidence, and having to raise up kind of those younger ones and helping them out this summer. But I think it's going to be a good year with all 4 of us, even some others starting, so I'm excited.
You feel about just the early part of the season, you got Neymar, Alexander, and Landmark topping you again into the season. Just thoughts on that.
Oh yeah, I look back at the schedule we made and I'm like, I don't know about that. But yeah, so we start off with Maris. We play Denmark, play Alexander. We play Landmark. Denmark is in there. Then, I mean, we go on a little bit later to we play Jefferson. I mean, we play some tough ones right off the bat. That's intentional. That's to see where we are. That's for us to get better. That's for us to get stretched, and to see how we compete with those. But we want to be good by the time region comes around, and certainly postseason. So we've got to push really hard in this front part, and so we're ready for that second part.
Coach, football team is doing pretty well. Is there any added pressure to follow suit?
Is there any added pressure because our football team is amazing and undefeated? No, not really. Honestly, I'm so happy for our school. When I came 13 years ago, there was a scrubby grass field. The team was just, I mean, and so to see, honestly, what the Lord has done over the years and to see where we are now, it's truly amazing and been very cool. But as far as being a basketball coach in the midst of that, you got to have your blinders on. I mean, I go and cheer for them on Friday, and I really don't think about them after that. I think about these 4 and the others that are in our program. That's what I'm thinking about all year, and that's what we have to focus on. It's my 6th year here, and it's just continued to grow. Our cultures continue to grow, and these 4 right here are special. Our whole team is special, and that's my focus, and trying to help them be as great as they can possibly be. And one of the coaches stated a little bit earlier about leaving them with some experiences. I want them to leave with an armful of experiences and love for each other when they're out of this place, and not any record that they're going to forget about a year down the road. And so that's what we're trying to create there. And so anyway, super excited about the road ahead here. There's a couple that haven't answered questions, so throw a couple at them.
Y'all came here to play last year against a really good EC team. You held your own. What was that experience like for you guys? What was the experience like versus playing a 7-8 team versus what you're usually used to?
I'd say played, like we came in, like thinking like we were gonna like do pretty good, and I've always got hope in our team, so I was pretty confident in our abilities, and I think we played our game and pretty well most of the time, but there was just a few. During the third quarter, we had a stretch where we just not really fell apart, but just didn't play like how we know how to play, and I think that had a lot to do with our loss, but I think we're gonna come back and be like the same team, but like I think we'll be better.
I'd like to say that I really enjoyed playing this team because I played AU with one of the girls on that team, and I knew they thought they were just going to whip us. But we were winning probably for like 3/4 of the game, and then like Ashley said, it came back. But they're the only public school in their county that haven't played us. Ever. Yeah, they're the only public school. So, yeah, I hope we
I think that's all we've got for you, ladies. Coach Daniels, if you don't mind checking in with them back there, they're doing an interview. We're doing a preview for both the young men and the young ladies. Ladies, in the back there, got some food for you. And just want to thank our sponsors again for this afternoon as we get ready for the young ladies from Sandy Creek to come up. Empower for Life, Camera Garage Door and Renovation, Everything Sweets and Ellison's Barbecue, all stepping up for today. Of course, we're streaming this event live. You can go to streamcity.org, click on the logo and watch it. And we'll be replaying it. It'll be live on demand after this afternoon. Also want to thank our members of the press that showed up this afternoon. Otherwise, I'd be here asking a lot of questions by myself. Well, Chris, while they're getting that done, why don't you throw us a quick plug in where everybody can find you guys online?
The Fayette County News you can find at Fayette-news.net and follow along on Twitter at Fayette Sports. Comes out in print every Wednesday.
Thanks, sir. All right, Coach Lewis, thank you for joining us, and if you'd like to introduce your young ladies.
All right, I have Leslie Green, she's a junior. I have Janae Walker, she's also a junior, and Persia Saber, she's a sophomore.
We'll start with Coach. Tell me about what brought you to Sandy Creek. What appealed to you about this team and this basketball program that's been really good for a while?
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a lot that I have to contribute to them, not just athletically, but just in life in general. So, you know, I want to be a part of taking them to the next level, making them state champions. Like I said, not on the court, but off the court as well. So that's what drove me here.
Also for Coach, it's kind of starting a new era for the program. Tell me about the team. They graduated a couple really special players. We're returning some really special talent. What do you like about this team this year?
Yeah, you're right. We graduated some good talent, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go and do some awesome things on the next level. But our team is really young. We're led by our two juniors, and behind them, basically, you'll find just freshmen and sophomores. And I think that's what sets us apart from everybody. We first got room for error, but the energy that some of our freshmen and sophomores bring is different. It's different. It's exciting to watch, and I think that's what makes us, a little bit unique, is that you will see them grow game after game after game after game. And, having to throw those freshmen in the fire so early is going to be something special. So we'll see how that works.
All right, for each of the players, kind of talk about the transition to not just a new coach, but with those same players gone, there's kind of leadership voice to fill. Are you kind of excited about the opportunity to kind of take the team and make it your own?
I'll say yes, only because we were all on a senior track, and now we're constantly trying to get everybody else back to where they need to be, and just focus on what we have to do for the season.
I think it is exciting. As a freshman, like she was talking about, I was kind of going to the fire too, playing varsity minutes and things like that. So, I feel like taking on a team and being a leader, is something I'm used to having to take on a lot at once. So I'm excited.
I'm very excited too. With me having a senior to listen to, I feel like that'll make me a better leader, and I think I'm prepared, and I think I would be more prepared for my season.
The thing I've asked all the teams, for each of the players, tell me the strongest part of your game and the thing you've been working to improve the most.
I think the strongest part of my game would probably be shooting, but dribbling, I do have to work on and trusting myself.
My strong suit, I would probably say I can stretch out the floor. I'm not sure to pull back to the basket, big. My weakness, probably just talking to her.
I feel like my strength is my shot, and I feel like a couple things I can work on is being able to drive more and having more confidence and handling the ball.
You guys are part of a program that's been one of the best in the state the last, I don't know how many years. What do you guys do to keep that winning tradition not just going, but growing and getting that first championship maybe?
I would probably say for the years I've been here, it's just been a dog mentality. A mom, the team, coaches, things like that. So I feel like just keeping that and building on that dog mentality. Our young ones, they're all dogs. Conditioning days, they're always putting in work, never give up. So just keeping that same culture, I think, is the most important.
Just to piggyback off what Janae said, I feel like it is our dog mentality. And I feel like it's not always about offense. We do good on defense, and we try to improve ourselves defensively and offensively.
We do have all around.
Last one for Coach. Just tell me about the kind of team you want out there, what kind of tempo on offense, what kind of defense you have, but what do you envision the team?
The only thing I tell my girls is that I want them to compete every single play. I try to just push into them to never give up, no matter how things are looking, no matter how, if we may be down a point or two, we just gotta keep fighting. And that's a lesson that we're gonna have, they're gonna have even out of high school, on to college, that I have to keep fighting. So, like another coach said earlier today, I'm fortunate enough to have girls on this team. I don't have to really worry about grades and things like that. Leslie carries a 3.9 GPA, Janae's still in that same category, Percy's in that same category. So they encourage our girls to first make sure that the grades are good, and that's first. And then we come onto the court and then we'll perform there. So just giving them the idea to keep fighting no matter what, just don't give up. And so my outlook is that that's what they're going to keep doing. You know, we're gonna fight day in, day out. So just be ready to be in a fight if you're playing 73.
Coach, thank you so much. If you wouldn't mind checking with them for an interview. And ladies, they've got food for you in the back. And we will continue to roll on with the ladies portion of the Fayette Coweta Basketball Media Day. Here it is. Let me see who's up next. Looks like it'll be East Coweta ladies will be coming in next. I want to again thank our sponsors for this afternoon: Empowered for Life, Camera Garage Door and Renovation, Everything Sweet, and Ellison Brothers Barbecue. And as they get settled in, I want to give our media a chance to tell everybody where they can find you guys online.
anytimesherald.com, online, and then we print country week.
Pretty much that our Twitter page is EPA Sports.
All right, well, we get going with our host this afternoon, Lady Indians. Coach, if you'd like to introduce the ladies.
Sitting at the table with me, I have Lataya Reeves, Maya Walker, Aaliyah Farrell, and Coach Carmen Fight.
How you doing, Coach? Coming off tough exit last year in the playoffs, just what's the outlook and the expectations for this team coming into the season?
I would have to say the expectation is the same. The outlook is the same. You know, this is going to be fun because I'm going to go as far as my 8 seniors take me. 9 seniors, look, we got people coming back. They're so excited about this senior year. But, you know, the expectation is the same. You know, I've heard a lot of people talk about being fighters up here. We are true fighters. We are collectively fighting to be champions. And so that's been the expectation. You know, they just were babies. And I think it was falling on deaf ears a little bit. My first year, my second year, I thought they could hear me. And this year, I think we're home in.
I was with you last year in Pebblebrook, and you just, in the second half, you just blew them out. And after the game, you were sharing that, I think a few years back, that you couldn't get the ball across the half court. And yet, here you were, right back, same things. How do you see this team grow? How rewarding is it to see them grow? And have we seen, what's the final product going to look like this year for your seniors?
It's been fun, you know, to watch these girls grow up. It's a great group. I'm thankful for their families for kind of letting me be me and push them the way that I wanted to push them. So I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. Hopefully we had an exciting style last year. Yeah, my first year in the league, we were babies. And it was tough. But I'm ready. I'm ready for this year.
You guys, when did y'all realize that y'all were getting better? You were looking at the scoreboard and things were turning around. How did that process, and where are you in that process? Do you think we've seen the best yet, or, you know, it was probably tough at first, but where do you think you're at with that?
I think we've always had the talent, but we was just young, and the best is yet to come. Like y'all seen us from 10th grade to now, or 9th grade now, but I got EC in 10th grade, and I just feel like the best is yet to come.
Also, our chemistry has gotten really good since 10th grade year. We all use our talent and put it together. So that's a big advantage for our team this year.
So at my example, like our chemistry has gotten way better since 9th grade. I played with half of them almost since 5th grade. So we've been together for a while.
To piggyback off of Farrell, I think the best is not really yet to come. I think the best is now. I watched this group of girls along with some of the other seniors since 8th grade. And to watch them grow up, I just think about the brightest. You just gotta believe and watch us do what we do best.
Coach Daniels touched on this a little earlier about how y'all played Trinity last year. I know since I've been growing up in Newton, we don't see too many other public schools playing in public schools until last year. I know the community and I would like to see more of that going on. Is there any plans for that in the future?
Sure. I think that it was quite an experience to play Trinity last year. This is new for me, this level, this community. I know Newton's a rival because I hear it every day in the hallways at school, but I think there are some other rivalries that could be kind of hyped up a little bit. At this point, like this year we were kind of willing to go and play anybody. You'll probably ask me about my schedule, but we have a tough road ahead, but we're excited for it. We're going to play a good Columbus Carver team, we'll play a good Carrollton team, we'll play a good Langston Hughes team. So, this was really the year to like get on my schedule. I was excited, like, who wants to play us? Kind of a little bit overly anxious, but yeah, we don't mind playing our local schools because I think it's just good for the community.
You feel like y'all was snubbed in the rankings early on, not being in the top 10 at all? I mean, y'all in the top 10, excuse me. Yeah, do you feel like y'all was snubbed at all?
I don't think the rankings mean as much as, it's somebody's opinion about us. And it's somebody that hadn't spent time with us. I think a turning point for this program was the summer. We had a selfless summer. It wasn't about the individual, it was about the group. And I just seen these girls really embrace that. I was like, tell your parents now, we're having a selfless summer, but they embraced it. The numbers and all that is for somebody else. 7A is deep, like we play, the highest level there is in the state of Georgia. We have the #1 ranked team in the state and our region. It is what it is. But I'm not caught up because I think it's somebody else's opinion.
I agree with what my coach said. I don't think we were snubbed or anything. I just feel like we have a lot to prove this year. Because last year they had a lot of faith in us in a lot of the big games like McEachern and Campbell. And I wouldn't say, we let them down a lot. So just big games though, but we coming for them this year.
Remind, we saw you committed to Milestone Hall. Congratulations. But what about you guys? Without giving away too much, where are you in the process? You don't have to give away too much. Will you share what your thoughts and how's work going?
I kind of have a mind where I want to go, but I'm still kind of undecided. But I do have a #1 school, so.
I got some offers, but I'm not rushing anything. I'm just letting it be like what's there for me was there still. So, yeah.
What's it like playing for Coach? She's an NBA, WNBA I mean, she can. First time I met her, she scared me to death. So, what's it like playing for Coach?
Playing with Coach Crazy, it's fun. It's really fun. But some practices, she be like off her mind. She don't play, but she's a really cool coach. I really look at her as a mentor. She has really done a lot for me these past 3 years. And Coach Tracy is a good coach, but she's crazy. Like, y'all ain't never seen nobody like her. But she only doing this to make us get better and understand where she's going with this. And sometimes, I don't know, it's crazy, y'all. Like, crazy.
Yeah, I agree with both of them, but just like Taya said, she is a mentor for all of us. She's made the whole team, it's like a big family, really. That's our number one thing. We are like a family. Like, we've had issues in the past, but it's nothing that we couldn't work out because, you know, the family aspect that she's brought to the team, so, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that it's with everything. It's with sports, it's with competitors. I think the same thing that makes people crazy makes them great. And, you know, I was a collegiate coach for 17 years, and I will say that as coaches, we do need to push our kids past where they think they can go. And then just sit back and enjoy the fruits of that. So I push hard, I push really, really hard. And again, you know, I thank my families for kind of getting out of the way and allowing them to be pushed. We talk a lot about being fighters and warriors and all these things. And, you know, I think this situation prepares us not just for college, but it prepares us for life. And I don't know what world y'all been living in, but the one that I live in, I fight every day. So, yeah, I get them uncomfortable real fast.
You just decide I'm going to be crazy today, or does it hit you, or is it like a... Does she give me a heads up?
No heads up. No. She tell you to get on the line, you're right.
I'll answer that. Some days it's kind of predetermined. It's going to be a tough day because it's going to be a tough week on the court. But a lot of times, you know, especially with this senior-led group, I have allowed them to kind of dictate how our day is going to go. And if they don't dictate it the right way, then I get it going the right way. That's fair, right? That's fair. That's fair. I give them a chance.
Last question, Coach. It's a two-part question. Speaking about fighters and pushing them past their limits. Y'all are a smaller team, so what's something that y'all do to get on the glass more? And secondly, who is that senior or member of the team that's the leader that gets everybody doing?
I think that, you know, rebounding is a big deal for us. We've got to get 5 kids going every time on the defensive rebound. You know, a lot of times, if you guys listen close to me, I'm always talking about mucking it up, you know, like catfishing in Mississippi. We're going to get your ball. So whether we get it off the glass or whether we get it out of your hand, we're going to get your ball. A big deal for us last year was taking that ball and converting. As far as leadership, I think all the girls have the capability. There may be a few that I lean on to lead us than others, but I give them all tasks and assignments. And I think, like I'll use Ty as an example, we were talking about practice, and you know, this school is huge, and we have all these different extracurricular activities, and we have sometimes limited space, and I sent her the 7 things that I use to determine whether we have space tonight. And she's like, what is this? And I said, yeah. So everybody's waiting on the schedule for the week, and I'm like, okay, well, look through all these documents, and you create space for us to practice. You know, just a challenge to her, or like I may give Maya a message that needs to get relayed to everybody, and she's kind of responsible for making sure, you know, that happens. Leah is more like just day to day, like minute to minute, you know, like, okay, Leah, what we doing? You know, and so, you know, I just kind of put it back on them, and they respond, and, you know, I think that's gonna be our season. We're gonna go as far as, you know, our kids' favorites, our seniors. We got 9 seniors? Good, 9, I thought we had 8, 7. But we got 9 seniors, so we got 2 kids that came back to play for me, so I'm not that crazy. And so, yeah, you know, everybody leads. Everybody has some type of responsibility to get us going day to day.
Coach Timmons, thank you so much. If you wouldn't mind checking with them, do a quick interview with you. Ladies, food in the back. I think they feed you afterwards. They just want to make you talk some more. So next up is the Lady Cougars of Noonan. I want to thank our sponsors again, Empower for Life, Cameron Door, Garage Door and Renovations, Everything Sweet, and Ellison Brothers Barbecue for supporting this afternoon. Coach Jones, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. You want to introduce your ladies?
Good afternoon. Here I have my senior leaders, Ashira Brown, Sarah Gonzalez, and Sarah Landero.
Coach, it was a choppy year. I remember you won a game against Coweta last Saturday. And I was like, this is going to be, and it's like COVID, or it's kind of real. Kind of reflect on last year and what you're going to use that to kind of build back this year.
So yeah, I agree. Last year was really, really choppy for us. A couple quarantines, we were just kind of up and down and all over the place. That Callaway game to me was huge. Obviously not a region game, but definitely huge because it said a lot about execution and what it meant for our program. So this year, we don't want to be defined by obviously what happened last year. So with these 3 seniors I mean, sometimes there's a teaching point, but I don't have to teach it because they just kind of take the lead. And then I'm quiet because it's like, okay, Coach Landero, I see you. I challenge all of them to be assistant coaches because before now I had an assistant coach who was a football coach and he didn't get there until late. So now we've built our staff to 4 coaches total. And with these girls just kind of leading, I feel like this year is going to be great for us. I mean, I'm very optimistic about it. We know that we have to lay a foundation, and I think I say brick by brick all the time. And what brick are you going to bring today to help lay that foundation? And they bought in, and they take it seriously, so I'm optimistic about this year.
When you say brick by brick, some of that literally, the destruction and the things that happen, it's hard to explain, hard to imagine to somebody that wasn't there to understand what senior gym in that state was like. I mean, now it's beautiful, but how does that tragedy or that moment of destruction, how has that created burning desire to move forward? And just asking the young ladies, what was it like? What were the emotions when you saw that, and how did you cross that, and how did you get there?
Obviously, in the moment, I thankfully was not affected. I was like a mile off, but it's like Ashira was affected, and it was scary in the moment. We were just texting each other, and we had just gotten home from practice from our travel team, and we get the news that There's a tomato head, and it's still good for the chokes to this day. But we use this, I guess, having to share gyms because we don't have an old gym anymore, having to transport, sometimes taking freshmen over to Smoky Road, TEC, wherever they give us the opportunity to practice. And I guess it gives us a moment to kind of talk to each other, communicate, get to know each other in the car ride to patients that are just having to walk to the gym.
Yeah, at the time, it was surreal. I couldn't believe what was happening. Sometimes you watch movies and you think, oh, this can never happen, but then it hits you and you're like, wow, this is reality, this is us, we're living in this. And I felt just about every emotion. I did not know what to think, I didn't know what to expect for the year. It was my junior year, our junior year, and we were like, what is senior year gonna look like? Because we had already, the previous year we had COVID. So it was rough. And yes, now we transport to other schools and we have to help our new players. We have to teach them that no matter where we go, we're still gonna put in the work and we're gonna grow together. And yeah, everywhere we go, we're gonna make it our home.
I really don't too much like talking about it for personal reasons, but I felt everything. I felt like the season, like being in that gym, the gym got destroyed. I just felt like it wasn't gonna work. But us being us, we found a way to make everything work. We found a way to, just get everything in, just to be with each other. But now that we got past it, I feel like this year it's gonna be better than last year.
Coach Jones, you want to comment on that too?
So obviously that night, our group text was crazy. It was us having to check on the Shira just to see if she was okay, because she was mostly affected by it. Just checking on everyone's well-being, not just physically or materialistically, but also just checking on, their mental state and their mental well-being. So to see the damage and to share that YouTube video with everyone, I know for me it was like tragic, and I wasn't even affected as much as Ashira was. But the one thing that I can say is we've been very resourceful. As a coach, you just kind of find a way, and I think that's with every coach that's in the building today. Like, you just find a way to get it done. So whether it's going to Smoky Road to practice, whether it's TEC, or whether it's conditioning outside, whatever I asked them to do, they were willing to do it. If it's 6 a.m. on a school day, they are there. Calling me at 5:40, Coach Jones, where are you? I am on my way. So not only are they holding each other accountable, they're holding their coaches accountable as well. So like I said before, there are many coaches, and I'm just proud that they were able to just band together and wrap their arms around the Shira and the other girls who were affected. And
you talked about leaving last year behind, going forward this year, losing primary guard, KK Manager, who will be filling that role going forward this year, or this season?
Honestly, I think that it has to be done by committee. I do have a special talented guard, just kind of like raw. She's a sophomore, but there's so much she has to learn. And these three have just kind of taken her and just been trying to teach her different things, not just as it relates to playmaking and just basketball abilities, but also as it relates to life or academics. When there's time to be serious, when there's time to play. So again, KK was a big loss for us, but we're gonna tackle that by committee. So it's gonna be fun to watch these three lives.
What's it gonna be like when we come out of the locker room that first time? The gym, Everybody's pulling for you. I'm sure you visualize that. What's that going to feel like?
I guess it'll be surreal because for all three of us, it'll be our first home game, and it's new gym. And we expected a brand new gym. We wanted to play in the gym, but just renovations. But I just come out hungry for a win. We need one.
Me being at my last year, I'm excited, anxious, I just want to see what's going to happen every game. I'm just ready because you never know. You never know when it might be your last game due to COVID or anything else. Just got to come out every game ready, hungry, like what Sarah said.
For me, I think it's gonna be freeing because last year I was out for the whole season. I broke a bone in my foot and I sat on the sideline the whole time just watching and learning from others, and just coming out of the locker room and feeling that I'm here and I'm gonna give it my all and I'm gonna try my best every single time I step out on the court and grow with these girls after every practice, after every game, everything just is gonna be freeing and it's gonna bring me peace for sure.
I'm just listening to you ladies tell your story of what happened. I can just sense the hunger off of y'all. And just coming off last year, do you feel like you have a chip on y'all shoulder to shock the region this year?
Well, we definitely want. We have the want, we have the hunger. We've been working all the off season, all June. We worked out in the mornings, and then before the tornado hit, we were working out after school. We want it. We want to be on top. We want to give it our all. We don't want to be in the position we were last year.
All of us definitely have the drive we want to, and that drive is going to lead us to going to. We're growing, we're learning, and we're doing it all together. We're not only growing physically, we're putting the work in the gym, but also growing mentally, and we're making sure we have all the aspects laid down, from school to socially, so everything come together for us to grow on our own and as a team.
Yeah, like what both Sarah said, before the tornado, we're working day in, day out. This past summer, we're up early, 6 o'clock in the morning, working. So we just gotta be ready. We're not working for nothing. Just gotta be ready.
I agree with all three of these young ladies. We were working really, really hard. The objective of the 6 a.m. practices were to kind of weed out those players who didn't want to. And then when I show up, they all show up. So it's kind of like what am I weeding out? These girls actually want to win. They want to put in the work. Because I know at their age, I would not be up at 6 a.m. in a practice if I didn't want to get better, if I didn't want to be a part of something special. Their resilience is just unimaginable. The respect and admiration I have for each of them, and not just these three, but all of the girls in the program, to see them come back day after day after day. It does not matter the deficit of a loss or the margin of victory. Every single day they show up and they are ready to work. So as a coach, it just makes me even more hungry to impart all of the knowledge that I have on them. Sometimes that 2-hour block is not enough for practice, but we just make the best out of a not so great situation as far as our gym time is concerned and just the rotations that we have in general. But I'm excited to see what this year brings. And our region is tough, but we're gonna be tough too. So Noonan.
Coach, thank you so much. If you wouldn't mind checking with them, I'd like to do an interview with you. Ladies, food in the back. And up next is the Lady Chiefs from McIntosh. Coach, ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Coach, would you like to introduce your players?
Sure, thank you for having us, and thanks for putting all of this on. First off, I'm Coach Rick Fontaine. To my right is all four of our senior captains that we have this year for McIntosh. Kiera Collins, Olivia Henders, Becca Lobel, Bella Dizer, and at the end is Coach Anderson.
So this question was asked earlier, but I'd love to hear your guys' answers. What does each player bring to this team, or like what talent does each player bring to this team, and what are some things that you guys have been working on to get better?
I just feel like every player on this team just brings like a really strong work ethic, which really helps us to have really good, strong practices and to just get better each and every day. And another thing is just our team chemistry is really, really strong. And just the bond that we have with each other helps us day in and day out.
I'm gonna go with like Vera said, we all have a great team chemistry and we all just bring something special to the team, whether it's shooting, defense, dribbling, we all just have our own part, and I think we all do a great job in doing our part, which helps us a lot in the games and in practice.
I feel like we definitely all bring something different when it comes to actually playing, and we all specialize in different things. But I feel like the one thing that we all contribute together is definitely team chemistry. Like even during the off season, we're always hanging out. We're best friends on and off the court, and I feel like we all work together in that, and that definitely helps.
I think we each have our own special talents that we all bring, and we work really, really well together because we've been playing together since like elementary school. So that definitely helps, and our work ethic, we're all willing to put in everything we have every day of practice. So we get a lot better just from working together constantly.
A question for Coach Fontaine. Can you run us through what a typical practice looks like?
Sure, like the fun stuff and the stuff they don't like. But really a typical practice, one thing I always try to do is make sure you hit fundamentals. Don't ever focus on, to be honest, whatever sport you're in. You always want to keep the fundamentals, keep them grounded. So we probably usually start the first 30 minutes out, just fundamentals, getting things going, getting our blood pumping. and then just working on honing our game, whether it's just improving our live ball moves, shooting, just passing, working on getting the open shot, things like that. And we kind of end up after our legs are a little tired, get a lot of shooting in, working on some stressful situations such as free throws, and obviously some conditioning, but obviously hitting some X and O's here and there throughout the process.
All right, so last year McIntosh finished second in their region for 5A. What will it take this year to finish first?
Well, a lot of the same of what we did last year. We have a really strong region, and I think any team in our region can beat the other team any given day. So I think that's the first thing is we gotta, I think the biggest thing for us last year was coming back. We didn't have a lot of expectations, and I think we finished last in the region the year prior. And I think a lot of teams felt they were going to come in and win the game against us handily, and here we came out and played hard and played smart. And that's one advantage I think we have. We have smart girls that are willing to buy into a game plan. And I think that's a lot of it, is just doing the things that we can control and that we're good at, and just continuing to work on those things on a day-to-day basis.
For the players, do you guys as individuals or as a team have any pre-game rituals that gets you pumped up and ready to go before the game?
Well, before the games, we usually all have like a pregame meal together, or like we each bring snacks and we all just sit either in Coach Anderson's office or we watch the JV boys games together, and we just like spend time together, which is really fun because we're all super close. And then we also like to blast music in the locker room, just get us pumped up, and we all have our certain little superstitions that we have, of like what place in line we are for layups and who needs to do what, just to make sure we have all the superstitions lined up.
Yeah, basically what Kira said, I make sure that we all warm up at the exact same time every game, and we're always in the same spot, just because I'm like, well, we won last time, so maybe we'll win this time. And then I have some Cheez-Its or something before every game, maybe some coffee depending on the day, and then just stuff like that.
Definitely blasting music is a big part of what we do before the games. I'm usually in charge of bringing the speaker, and we just blast it while we're getting changed into our game jerseys. And then another thing about superstitions is when we're doing the national anthem, me, Kira, and Coach Anderson always have to be in the back.
I personally am very superstitious. So, like the national anthem, I have to be in the front every time with my shooting shirt on. Can't take my shooting shirt off until after. And then before every game, I eat hummus. All last year did it. All this year we'll do that. I'm very superstitious.
What brand of hummus?
The big jar of the Sabra one. And then I have a special container for hummus that I put it in. So it's my hummus container with pretzels.
All right, so for the players, what are some games that you guys are looking forward to, and what are the biggest threats? What teams are the biggest threats for you this year?
Well, I know we're really just looking forward to all the games, and especially because we have a really strong region. Definitely Griffin, because they won our region last year and they're always a really strong team, and so really need to prepare for them, and just really every team in our region, because you can't sack off on one game, because we have, as I said, we have a really tough region, and we could easily, anybody can beat anybody.
Yeah, like Kara said, it's every game that you go to, you just always look to win or lose. You don't just expect to win. I think every team has the ability to beat us and the ability to do great things. So I'm really excited to see what all of them can do this year. But I'm excited for Star Smell because they're Battle of the Bubble, our big rivalry game. It's so much fun. I always look forward to it every year. And Griffin, like Kara said, they beat us last year. So hopefully this year we can get to them.
I'm definitely looking forward to playing Griffin just because I definitely want to get back at it after we lost the region championship to them. And then always Stars Mill and Whitewater are always super fun to play just because of the rivalries. But I'm really looking forward to every game.
I think our region games are some of the most fun games because like every team's so good and it just depends on the day. You never really know what you're gonna get. So you have to always be willing to put in as much effort as possible. And then Madness are like scrimmage, which is like our first official game. That's probably one of my favorite ones because it's so much fun. And there's so many students that come that it just really brings the energy to move on to the rest of the season.
For the players, do you have any funny stories that you can share about either of your coaches? Like any memory that resonates with you?
Well, this isn't really a story because it kind of happened pretty often, but last year when the coaches had to wear masks during practice and they would run plays with us, they would get really tired and like Coach Fontaine would be in the middle of trying to say something and you had to like pull his mask all the way off and like take a couple deep breaths and then like continue with what he was going to say, and that was just, it always made us laugh even though we would try really hard not to laugh.
Honestly, I'm kind of a person to kind of laugh at anything, so I kind of find anything funny, so if someone probably doesn't find it funny at all, I would probably laugh at it. But I think me and the coaches have a good relationship, so whenever if I say something or do something stupid or something, we all just kind of have a good laugh, so this is always funny.
This isn't really a moment, but Coach Fontaine's my AP chemistry teacher this year, so it's kind of funny to see him in both environments. And then Coach Anderson, I remember like in 9th grade she gave me a bloody nose in this drill. I'll never forget it. And then like it was so bad and it bled for like the rest of practice.
I think we always have such a great relationship that like we don't take anything too seriously. So really I don't have like a certain memory that's really funny, but we just find something to laugh at no matter what. Like we're all laughing while we're doing conditioning or running sprints. So it's just like our relationship that we have, even with like the coaches from playing and being together for so long, like that's just really fun.
This is a question for everyone. How is this team different from the previous season?
Well, as far as personnel-wise, we had 8 of the 12 last year's team back, so the chemistry's the same. A lot of the people on the team are the same, so I think that's definitely nice to be consistent with that. I think as far as on the court goes, our depth has really improved. I think that's one of the biggest things I can say about the team is just over the years, it's been my plan since it took over a few years ago is to basically reload every year as opposed to building for one team 1 year at a time, and I think that's a big thing. And these young ladies up here, since their freshman year, they started that, and that's been one great thing is that as we move along, and they help develop talent as well, just from their leadership and from their actions and their character, and so our depth has continually gotten better. So on the court, that's definitely the biggest improvement in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Our depth has definitely increased. That's one of the things that has definitely gotten better. But we've been playing together now for like since elementary school, 6th, 7th grade, and just like playing together for that long, our chemistry like builds each and every year. So it's like we know each other's tendencies, and it's like we know who's gonna go where at every play and things like that. So I think it's different that we're all super close this year, like as in years past, like we weren't like sometimes discombobulated, but now I think we're all like, pretty much on the same page.
Yeah, basically what Coach Fontaine and Kira said, it kind of wasn't, we've definitely grown a lot since our freshman and sophomore year. I know our sophomore year we were kind of a younger group of girls, so it was hard to find that leadership from someone. So like a lot of us had to step up, and I know Kira got hurt, which kind of took us down a little bit. But I think that was the first year all 4 of us started playing together again since maybe freshman year, middle school. But I know since then we've definitely, our chemistry has grown and we all know each other so well, so it's been really great to have them.
Even though we have a lot of the same players returning, everyone's just a year older, so we're obviously going to be matured as basketball players and as people. But also, after last season, I feel like it's safe to say for all of us that was our favorite basketball season we've ever played. So this is definitely the most excited I've ever been for a season. So I feel like it's definitely going to help that all of us have been counting down the days for this week since we lost last year in the state playoffs.
Yeah, I think along with we've been playing together for so long, our experience together, we're all way more experienced and play a lot better now than we did our sophomore year. Because obviously there's struggles at the beginning, but now we're so much more experienced playing together, even with the new players that are younger that we had never played with until last season. So we just improved a lot from that, and so it's going to be a good year.
Well, Coach, thank you so much. Ladies, best of luck this season. And ladies, food in the back. Coach, if you wouldn't mind grabbing a quick interview with them. And next up is the Lady Vikings from Northgate. And once again, we want to thank our sponsors for the Fayette Coweta Basketball Media Day, Empowered for Life, Camera Garage Doors and Renovations, Everything Sweet, and Ellison Brothers Barbecue. Coach Johnson, ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Coach, would you like to introduce your players?
Good afternoon. I'm Marcel Johnson, head coach of Northgate. And I have 4 of our seniors here that wanted to make it. We have Hannah Sizemore, Charlie Clayton, Abby Richard, Clayton Wright.
Coach, I noticed, I looked at your schedule, I seen that y'all had Heritage on your schedule. I was talking to Coach Clayton earlier about having more public school teams play private school teams. What went into that decision, and can we see more of that going forward?
Yes, sir. I think we actually have them at Christmas time. And that's something that, possibly will happen more in the future. We were able to, actually, I think we reached out, but at that time our schedule was full. We do have Heritage at Christmas time.
Coach, tough year all around. Just put it in the rearview mirror. When you look forward, how do you build off what last year, take the positives and move forward? And how do the young ladies, how do you move forward from the lessons learned and how things went last year?
Last year is last year, it's in the past. We're going to move forward. One of the biggest things, as I look at these ladies here, these first 2 right here, they're seniors this year. They didn't play with us last year due to the COVID situation, and I'm excited to have them back. Third senior did not with us today. Also, opted not to play last year due to COVID. Excited to have her back on the floor. We lost a lot of post players, graduation from last year. These 2 is coming back with us. That's going to strengthen that backup split because we have some young ones in there. These 2 coming back, it's exciting to get them back.
what was it like to have to sit out and not be able to play? Frustrating, or what were the emotions, and how can you channel that into positives for this season?
It was tough, I went to a few games last year and I watched them play on the court, it was tough. Like, that's my best friends out there. I love playing with them, I love the sport of basketball, but at the end of the day, that was last year. This year's a new year, senior year, I'm out there one more time with my best friends, we're about to play. So, one last go around, might as well make it our best, right? I'm excited.
It was pretty tough. I mean, I'm just ready to come out here and play this season. Really worried about it anymore. Just trying to find out do some good things for the team.
Same question for you two ladies, Miss Charlotte and Miss Hannah. I'm saying your names correctly. What do y'all feel like y'all add to this team this season?
Every time me and Charlotte we practice, it's so fun. Like, we be battling against each other down there on the post. It's fun. Like, we got competitions. I'm gonna score on you this play. You know what I mean? Like, we're rowdy down there. We have fun, but like, it's competition. So, truthfully, I feel like we're gonna be pretty good down there on the post this year. She's amazing on blocking stuff. And it's good. I feel like as soon as we put more stuff together, we're gonna be good.
I think definitely me and Hannah, like, at practice, we just kind of sometimes want to uplift the younger girls on the team, but I think we definitely bring like a lot of good defense. Stops and everything, blocking, rebounding, offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds. Everybody else on the team is too.
I attended many games last year, and you young ladies, and even though the scoreboard was tough, you guys continued to fight. Never saw you give up in some really tough situations. How does that equate to this year and versus after high school? What are some lessons learned, and where do you see for you two to play this game?
I mean, I'll be honest, last year it hurt. Like, we were given everything we had, and it was just like we were just falling short every single game. And I mean, this year I feel like we have a lot more help, and so post players, younger girls, they're finally like learning, and they're like learning plays and working hard to get better. And that makes our entire team better, our morale's better. I mean, we got new coaches, everything. So hopefully this will turn out.
Yeah, basically same thing, but definitely the student and the girls. We have some really good upcoming freshmen, and I'm really looking forward to playing with them and just getting a new team, well, the same team, but with some new players.
Coach, you may be the dean. How long have you been the head coach of the girls' head coach? And what are the things you've seen change over the years?
This is actually your third in the county. This is, I think, my sixth season as a head coach of the girls. I agreed to take it. I told them I've been 2 years until they found somebody. It is going to be season number 6. And I've seen a lot of girls come and go. My goal has always been to grow the program, eventually have a 9th grade team, JV team, varsity team. And that's kind of difficult for girls. Last year, our numbers were down. Had maybe 19 in the whole program. Right now, we're looking at roughly about 27, 28 girls. Not quite ready for that 9th grade team, JV varsity, but we have a solid JV team as well as a solid grade.
I didn't stop by any of the all league games. Did y'all participate in any fall league games? How did y'all fare at the competition?
Unfortunately, we did participate in fall league. We did do the summer league. The reason for not doing the fall league, as they have picked up on the players over the stadium, I'm coached this year. This year, I actually have first time, second time, 2 certified, full-time certified teachers on staff with me. pulled a couple of them out of retirement. Both of them have coaching experience, playing experience, and I brought them on staff. The bad part of that, unfortunately, I lost an awesome assistant. You guys meet him shortly. He moved over to the Bulls. I'm excited for him, excited for that program. There's going to be great things there. But I pulled a couple out of retirement. Only thing was, one of them, they tried to get him to coach football, and he looked into it, and at the last minute he decided not to. By that time, it was too late to get into the fall. Otherwise, if I knew he was going to be there with me full time and not doing football, we would have been in that fall.
What are the challenges of being a football coach as the season's getting ready to start? How do you, I know you and Coach Pete are both heavily involved. What are time management and how are some of the things that you have to deal with?
And I know I'm not the only one that's in this situation, but it's just a matter of, basically my day starts about 7 in the morning and it doesn't end until about 8:30 at night. Unfortunately this year I'm on extended day. I do not have a planning period. I tell people all the time, my planning is 7 in the morning before the kids get there, and then after my last practice session is over. It's just a matter of leaving football practice and going straight to basketball practice. Fortunately, as I mentioned, I have 2 new coaches full-time on staff. And this last week, they was like, hey coach, I'll tell you what, man, we can go ahead and run things for you while you finish up this last week of football. And that was a blessing in disguise. But last season was tough because we backed up football season, did back up basketball season, and we had about a month where Coach P and I, we both coaching girls at the time. We finished football practice, go from 4 to 6, we do basketball from 6 to 8. We did that for about a month. Workout this year, unfortunately we didn't have the best football season, we're done, and I'm fully committed to basketball this year.
What's something that you feel like you improved off of last year, and what's something that you feel like you need to improve on this year?
Where is that coach?
What was the first part of that question?
What's something that you feel like you improved on since last year? And the second part, what's something that you feel like you could work on?
First thing, improvement from last year is getting 3 of these seniors back that didn't play last year. That's going to be a big, and Hannah contributed a lot as a sophomore. The one's not here, Demetra, she actually started for me, and had to sit out last season. And I think this year, as far as more ball handling, I think we'll be better there. Young lady down on the end, she's worked hard. Caitlin, she's worked extremely hard in all season. The ball handling, she does a great job. And I think the overall chemistry of the team is better. Always room for improvement. We got some youngsters that's coming into the program that they're going to be okay. And as I mentioned, we hit heavy last year in the post at graduation. And having these 2 young ladies back in the program, that's going to help us. We have a sophomore that has worked hard during the off season. She's not going to have to carry the burden all by herself because these 2 are back. And I can see that they're going to lead her in the right direction as well. I'm looking forward to it. I think our ball handling is going to be improved. I know everybody. We got some sitting in the room right now that play us. It's in our region. It's a tough region. Everybody always come out and say, hey, we're going to press them. That's the thing. We got something for us.
You want that from the players too?
What's something that you feel like you have improved on since last year, and what's something you feel like you can work on?
I feel like as a team we've all improved, Ball handling is definitely getting a lot better. I didn't play my junior year, but from sophomore year to this year, I'm happy to be back on the court. It looks good. I'm excited for this year. The main thing we're just going to improve on is just working on your defense. I mean, there's always room to get better, you know? So just don't stop working. So I think something that, can you say the question one more time? I'm sorry. Okay, so as a team, I feel like something that we have improved on a lot is just hustling, getting back up and down the court, back on defense, hustling back, get on offense, so we can set up our plays and do whatever, making sure we know who's going to handle the ball and stuff like that. Something that I think we could work on is mainly just working together as a team, having good team chemistry. We have good team chemistry because we all played, like, I played with Caitlin in middle school, Anna since sophomore year. So just having team chemistry, just knowing who's going to go where and, like, who's going to do what.
Going back to that team chemistry, I was a new player last year, and so even from last year to this year, I've noticed huge improvement on team chemistry. Something I think that we can work on, probably just like Hannah said, defense. I think there's always room for improvement on defense. So.
I mean, one thing that our team has definitely improved on since last week, like even from the fall league or from the summer league, from like the season in the summer league, we actually like won games. So like we were all working together. We were all working harder at practice. Like practice during the season last year, we weren't really there. We were there physically, but we weren't there mentally. And I feel like we've been like since then we've been because we all want to get a win this season. And I feel like something we can still improve on is just like communicating on and off the court. Like we don't. We just gotta bond because we're new. You know, we lost a year in time, so we just gotta get back to how we were before.
Coach, thank you so much. Ladies, food in the back. Coach, if you don't mind checking on them for a short interview. And next up is the Lady Panthers and Stars men. Coach Sweeney, ladies, thank you for joining us this evening, or this afternoon. Feels like this evening, but this afternoon. Coach, if you wouldn't mind introducing your players.
This is Carrie Consolino, she's a senior. Brooke Godin's a sophomore, and then Jacqueline Hester is a senior.
And we'll start with Coach and players as well. Last year, obviously, disappointment given kind of expectations for you guys have for yourselves. What do you do to kind of get that taste out of your mouth and get back to a win?
Last year was a little bit of a rebuilding year because the year before we graduated 4 of our 5 starters. So I think just having some experience, like Brooke got some varsity experience last year, so she kind of got those jitters out of the way. So we're hoping that she's going to step up and bring good things to the table. And then we got Carrie healthy, so I think that's going to help. And both of them are going to be able to hopefully relieve some of the pressure for Jacqueline.
Yeah, like he said, and the players.
page on last year?
As Coach Sweeney said, Brooke has more experience now and everything, and she'll definitely help. We have Perry healthy, which getting the ball to the court will really help because that was something that we struggled with. People can't press us as easy now. People last year would press us, and it would cause us to struggle a little bit. But that eliminates a lot of that, I think, this year.
I think obviously this year having Carrie back, being able to handle the ball, get the ball up, that's going to be a huge part of our, I think just having Carrie is going to bring a whole other dynamic, obviously, to relieve some stress from Jacqueline, and then, yeah.
This is actually my first time playing with them. Yeah.
For the players mostly, like we talked about, last year was kind of bringing a lot of new faces, and pretty much everyone is back this year. Have you seen a difference from end of last year to this year, just being comfortable playing around each other?
I'll go first. I actually know that answer. The answer is yes, because like our fast, we got faster. Like our play is fast, and we connect a lot more.
I think already, like, the team chemistry is already, like, kind of improving a little bit, and we're trying to make more of an effort to, like, do team dinners and, like, just kind of be more, like, one, rather than having, like, separate groups, like, in the locker room and at practices and stuff.
Yeah, I think our team chemistry is forming a lot better this year, because, like, last year with COVID and everything, like, we couldn't do our team dinners, we couldn't, like, talk as much or, like, be, like, sitting right next to each other on the bus, so I think that was a little bit of like a barrier for everyone. So I think that this year that we're like really making an effort to get together and to do things like outside of basketball, which will really help us like on and off the court. So I think that will help everything come together more.
And what I've asked all the players, what's the strongest part of your game? What did you do most to help out your team? And what's the thing you've been trying to improve this offseason?
I've really worked hard on my strength training this year. That was something that I had been doing in the previous year. So kind of from like my AAU season, which we did like a lot of practices and everything, I think that before that I needed to improve on my strength and everything and my quickness. So that was something that I knew that I needed to work on, and I did. Shooting is always something that I want to like keep up with and everything. Improving defense has like been something I've focused on too. So just like doing things on both sides of the court that will help the team and everyone.
I think for me, definitely defense. I've been trying to work hard on just a little bit better at that, and definitely quickness and strength. Like this year, like I'm taking like my weight training class, which is like definitely improving like my strength a lot and quickness.
I think the best part of my game is my defense, and then something I need to work on is probably like controlling my speed on offense and my layups since I've been back from my torn ACL.
This one for coach and players. Tell me, what do you love most about this team?
I love the girls. As you can tell, we have quite personalities, and so they're just a lot of fun to be around. Some of them visit quite often throughout the day and call and text constantly. So they're probably the best part about the whole thing.
Probably that we can laugh about anything, especially when like the coaches are mad, we still can laugh.
I would definitely say like having like coaches that's not like, I don't know, like Coach Sweeney, like I just text her in the middle of the day randomly, like go in her room basically whenever I want, interrupt her like third period, and it's totally fine to get food, you know, just things like that, the little things that just, when you're able to like laugh about it and have like an actual like, almost like a, yeah, like a bond, like a friendship like with like an adult figure.
Yeah, I think like we're definitely like we're not like wild, like as you like to think of, but like we're like a crazy kind of like group, I guess. And so like it's good that we can like do that like off the court, but then like be serious and like know what we need to work on and get things done in practice, and getting ready for our games and everything. So I think just having both like sides to it, where it's not just like all serious all the time or anything, is like really great.
Last one, and this will be for players and coach. Is there a certain milestone that'll make this a successful season for you guys? Is it number of wins? Is it beating the rivals, playoffs? What makes this a success?
I think what makes it a success is just like going into game with like everything you can, and it's like, you know, as long as you like do your best in like every game and every situation that like you get, I think that like whatever the outcome is, you know that you like worked the hardest and you like did your best, and like leaving each game just knowing that, I think is like really big, whichever like way it goes. So I think that's really important, like no matter what the outcome of our season is or anything like that.
I think it's really important that we all step on the court and are like ready to play with a positive attitude, because obviously coming out of like last year, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's got to be optimistic about it, and we have a chance of having a pretty good season, so just stay positive and let it happen.
I actually agree with Jacqueline and Brooke, but I'm also looking forward to like my senior year and creating like new bonds with new people.
One of our goals every year is to make it state. Last year, unfortunately, we didn't do that, so it is going to be more important for that to be our final goal, which means we need to be one of the top 4 in the region, which is going to be tough to do. So that's always our goal. And then obviously, from a coaching standpoint, I want more wins than losses. So last year was a little rough. That we're going to focus on those things.
Coach Winnie, ladies, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Ladies, food in the back. Coach, if you wouldn't mind checking with them for a quick interview. And that'll wrap up the ladies portion of the preview show we're doing here. We will start out with the young men from Whitewater. Again, thank all of our sponsors for this afternoon, as Empowered for Life, Cameron Garage Door and Renovations, Everything Sweet, and Ellison Brothers Barbecue for making this afternoon possible. I also want to thank all of our press partners for showing up today. Yeah. All right, we want to welcome in the Whitewater men's team, and Coach Martin, you want to introduce your players?
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having us. This is B.J. Watkins, Brandon Fosu, and J.P. Okiki.
So we'll start this one out for Coach. You had a pretty good season last year, but you lost a lot of key players. How do you get this new team to kind of mesh and build that chemistry that's kind of hard to build sometimes?
Yes, sir. We lost 9 seniors last year, and it's going to be a big rebuilding process. The biggest thing that we wanted to do in the month of June was to get out and play. And we played over 35 games in the month of June, went to the University of Alabama, went up to the north side of town, played some pretty good teams up there, and just get these guys some experience that they need to be able to come this year, because we're full of juniors and sophomores, and it's going to be one of those years where as long as they play hard and compete, then we're going to do good things.
And then for the players, could you guys just kind of say what your biggest strength is and how you kind of refine that or worked on it this past offseason?
One of our biggest strengths is, we've been playing since freshman year all together. So our chemistry is very, very strong. So playing all together as one team, it'll be a great strength for us.
I'd say one of our great strengths is, like you said, we've played since freshman year. So, it's not like nothing new, we don't love each other. So when we get out on the court, I see BJ's open for a pass, and I can trust him to hit that shot. Down low, hit him down low, I can trust him to make that pass.
So we feed off of each other's energy and everything. So our guards, like on defense, we feed off his energy. Like we feed off of each other. So
And for the coach and the players, what is your guys' biggest challenge this year? Whether it's a team or just some aspect of playing, what's your biggest challenge?
The biggest challenge with this team this year is going to find leadership. Okay, we've got, like I said, we're very young, juniors and sophomores. We're trying to find some guys that can step up, take the locker room under control, get us ready for games, practices, anything outside of that. Just leadership is the biggest thing. And, just kind of getting back to the state playoffs. Last year we were runners-up in the region, lost to Harris County in the region championship game, which was held at our school, which kind of helped us out a little bit. So just kind of getting back there in a region that's kind of up for grabs, just seeing our guys make strides. As being as young as we are, I'm really excited to see that challenge.
Going off what Coach said, probably leadership, because we're young, so we're still trying to figure out the mechanics of leading the team together, or one person taking over the team and doing the best they can.
I'd say one of our challenges is all coming together as one, having the same energy during the game, same communication, same focus, because if one person's off, then the whole team goes off. So I'd say our biggest challenge is trying to all come as one team.
like what Brady said, like coming as one team and everything, because in case something happens, because if one person's off, everyone is off. So trying to making ourselves accountable and also them accountable for it, and making sure if they're off, like it's not affecting us, but making our
Once again, for everybody, what are some games that you're looking forward to this season? Some rivalry games. What are you guys really looking forward to?
Well, we're focused on Lamar County on Thursday night in our first scrimmage. And that's, the next game up is the biggest thing that we focus on. And, we take the guys out of town, we go to Florida for Christmas. And then pretty much every game, every night in the region is going to be a battle. Just because, region tournament seeding is going to be up for grabs. This year's region tournament for our region is at Griffin High School. So just getting it the best seed possible by winning some games in December in that region and then carrying that over to January, that's going to be very important for our team.
One of the teams I'm looking forward to playing is McIntosh. Definitely McIntosh. We've been going back and forth, winning and losing between them since freshman year. So, yeah.
I'd say the team I'm looking forward to playing, as you said, is McIntosh, Harris County, and Forest Park. Because, last year after we had that setback, we had a huge lead, lost them in the regional tournament. So I'm really looking forward to play those two teams.
I'm looking forward to play Harris County because we lost in the regional championship, and also Forest Park too because we blew a big lead and we get back.
And then just one final one for Coach. Obviously, success. You probably want to get a title, but what does success in terms in your eyes look like for this team this year? What would you consider to be a good success?
Just a success for this year's team would just be getting better every day. As long as we improve and don't take any steps back, that's been kind of what we've been preaching in practice so far these first 2 weeks is we want to go 2 steps forward and keep going, not take a step back. And so if we can continue to do that and come together as a team, I think this group is going to be very special because we've got some good young talent coming through as well. And it's going to be a good thing for Whitewater boys basketball coming up.
Coach Martin, thank you. Young men, thank you. Food in the back. And if you wouldn't mind checking with them, quick interview. Next up is the young men from Noonan. Powered for Life, Cameron Garage Door Renovations, Everything Sweets, and Ellison Brothers Barbecues. Ready to go with Noonan High School. Coach Getz, would you like to introduce your players?
First off, thank you all for having us here, putting this event together. This is awesome. These guys are excited to be here. To my right is Zion Brown, senior. Wesley Drake, also a senior, and then Darius Teagle on the far end, there's a junior.
Coach, finally played the big boys, their plays showed well. And just been through a lot since that last game. How can you, what have you learned from the final league season? And where are you at with that right now with the lessons? And where are you going to take those into this season?
Thank you for the question. That's the big challenge for these guys and for our whole group. Last year was an awesome run. Our goal was to make the state tournament. We knew once we did that, we'd have a chance, give ourselves a chance to have a special season, which we did, and that's the goal to get back to. But in the meantime, we've gone through all sorts of different distractions and challenges. We've had kids up here affected by what happened, classmates and all that. Right now we're kind of limited with gym availability and different things from that standpoint, but it's also been a good kind of teaching moment, learning a lot of life lessons with that. The basketball season is a long process that goes through a lot of challenges itself. So we've kind of had the opportunity to deal with some of those from March through October already. So I think that's the biggest challenge, is kind of dealing with things you can't really control and then maximizing the things you can control. And that's something that these guys right here do a great job of, that we're trying to pass down to the whole team.
Question specifically for Mr. Bears right here. You missing last year, missing the with your brothers. What does it mean for you to come back and unite with your team?
I think we're good, to be honest. Last year I had a pretty bad knee injury, so it's really good to come back and play with them and see what I need to improve and everything.
One more for you. What do you feel like being away from the game? What did it do for you mentally and for your game? And what did you miss?
I missed a lot. I missed the team, missed the coaches, missed playing again, missed practicing, missed joking around with teammates and general all types of stuff.
Mr. Drake and Mr. Brown, what does it feel like? I'm never understanding what it feels like to have the ball in your hands in a pressure moment. Can you hear the crowd? What are the emotions when you got the ball in your hands?
Like in practice, like when we going through like in the game series, like it's like man, it ain't no pressure, like it's just like practice, like it's just like that or you not. You feel me?
I think it feels pretty good because
the whole team's gonna rely on you. And if you make the big shot, then they're gonna love you. But I mean, if you miss, then I don't know.
Coach, this question's for you. Just what's the expectations on this season?
I'd say for us, the goal is always get back to the state tournament, giving yourself a chance, kind of a second season, a postseason with that. And not to go too much into the coach speak, but really for us, especially having such a young group, it's making sure we don't waste any days, any practices, any games, any learning experiences to get to that point. Because I think what these guys learned last year is that it was fun in the end when you win a few big games, but you didn't win those games in February. You really won those games in the summer, in October, and November, preparing for that. So that's kind of the challenge, to teach these guys and then have these leaders here help teach the rest of the team that what we're doing right now is going to make a difference when you get to February, when that goal is actually on the line in that one game or that one play, whatever it may be. So the biggest goal is just that. It's get better at something each day. It's showing improvement month to month, week to week. Your basketball's a great game. You get so many games throughout a season, so many big moments, that you really have the opportunity to do that more than a lot of sports.
Coach, who are some of the younger players that are going to be stepping up this year that we might not have seen before, or you to get the fourth time?
Absolutely, there'll be quite a few you wouldn't have recognized from years past. We're excited to have Darius here back with us. JJ Walden is someone who's a senior this year who's back out there with us and has really improved a lot. Wheeler Drake is a sophomore this year, went through everything last year with the varsity as a freshman. Looked to improve. We actually have a freshman with us, Jaden Morrison, who's already playing quite a bit and has just unlimited potential. And then we've got two kids who joined us from Puerto Rico, two cousins, Danelle Diaz and Derek Mercado, who are both in with us and are really learning quickly, adjusting to school and basketball here and their teammates. We're really excited to see what they can do throughout the year as well.
This team being so different from last year's team, what is the identity for the season?
I'd say the biggest thing is just kind of we've created a culture of toughness, of defense, of giving yourself a chance every single day that you play. So there's that we'll always rely on, but then also the senior leadership of these two guys here. They've been practicing varsity with varsity for 4 years, playing varsity for 4 years, 3 years. There's a lot of experience up here, a lot of ability, and it's kind of how quickly can we get them adjusted to the rest of their teammates, and then how much of that experience and that knowledge can not only they use to be successful, but they can pass on to help speed that process up. So I'd say these two that you're looking at right here is a big part of it, along with the culture we've been trying to create for years. Still outside in a little bit. We actually have a little bit more size and height this year. So we're trying to emphasize a little bit more of an inside presence, but not as much of a traditional inside presence. So it's pretty, I would say that's probably similar to how we were last year. We do have a lot of ability to score the ball from the outside in. But I think we might surprise ourselves, especially once we had a few more football players back here in the next several weeks, with a little bit more inside presence than what we've had in the last 2 years.
I think you guys got off to like a 10-1 start or something last year. Just a great start. When did you guys look around the locker room? This is for you guys. When did y'all look around the locker room and say, hey, we're pretty good. We have an opportunity to do something special.
For me, I didn't do anything, but watching them do everything is pretty good. We're going somewhere with it, We're going to be something. We end up being something. So.
I think after we started 10-1 and then we lost to McEachern and we stayed with McEachern like all the way through. So I think that was like a big confidence booster for us for like the whole season. Like we can stay with the best, like beat them when we can.
But it started off at like in the summer, like when we was in open gym, like when we get in the open gym, it's always competitive. Like we talking crazy to each other. Like it gets so bad. Like we almost get to fight out there. We're hitting so hard. So like we just won our first couple of games, you know, we go from there.
Coach Gax over here, he's a young coach. Does he ever get out there and check y'all with any of your drills, like playing defense?
So we been in practice we'll be playing and I'll be like getting up in their face and stuff and like just talking crazy, like making them mad. And then like they'll do the same thing, so Coach Gax, he be like, hey, y'all need to chill out now, y'all we just need to get it right now, brother. And then what we need this year, we want to do something this year, then we need it. I gotta push them like that for them to be ready for the varsity game. Just like the new EC game, like all the players I got now have none of them but Wesley. He the only one that I played in the new EC game. The crowd be jumping. So when they get out there, they're gonna be scared for them. They're gonna be ready.
Ask about football players. Is it James and Justin?
Speaking of the EC game, are you looking to avenge this past Friday's loss?
First, I say that experience is an awesome one. Kind of like Zion mentioned, all of them, but especially that first one you're in, is something you'll never forget. And that goes for any sport. I've seen us play each other in all sports, so we're definitely excited about that. And the key with that one is not to let that one distract you from the other games. I tell them that's a unique experience because people who play college basketball don't get to play in an atmosphere necessarily that's similar to that. So look forward to it, be excited about it, but it's still doing what you've always done, still playing basketball. So absolutely we're looking forward to it. I don't know if I put the pressure on us from the result of the football game with it, which was a great game by both teams, by the way.
Coach, players, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Guys, food in the back. Coach, if you would mind checking over for a short interview. I believe up next is Fayette County Tigers. All right, Coach Flynn, young man, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Coach, you want to introduce your players?
Caleb Banks, senior, is my seniors. Caleb Banks, Donovan Hand, Dwayne Burks, Tariq Mark.
We'll start this off with Coach. Obviously, you had a pretty successful year last year. You're going deep into the playoff. How do you just kind of build from that success and start into this season?
I think we had a very successful season last year. And, that was last year. This year, I think we came into the season the summer. They worked extremely hard. Last year was more like a learning process, and we learned to depend on each other. This year, with another year under our belt, these guys playing with one another. I think we have a chance to get back to the championship.
And just for the players, what skills have you guys really refined this season? What's kind of your biggest skills, and how have you refined those this off season?
Just playing with each other more. I mean, last year we were playing with each other, so we had like team chemistry or stuff like that.
Pretty much our core has gotten a lot older. Last year we had like a younger core, more people with less experience, and I feel like we're more experienced this year, and that's what we needed last year.
I feel like we didn't really know each other last year. A lot of people, and it was his first year. Don was really his first year playing high school basketball. The Reef came from Tri-City, so we were just getting to know each other. And then this year it's gonna be better because we care about each other, we know each other, and this year's practice.
I feel like last year was just a learning experience and getting to know each other, and I feel like this year we know each other better and we know what we do best. So.
This one's for everyone. What is going to be the biggest challenge for you guys as a group, but also as individuals going into the season?
I think our biggest challenge is continue to work together, continue to count on one another. You know, we have extremely tough schedule starting off. And that's what we usually do. We're not really worried about right now. I'm really worried about how competitive we can be. Again, I'm very pleased with how we played over the summer and in practices, getting a lot better, familiarizing ourselves even more in certain situations. I feel that, again, with our tough schedule, we'll be ready in February and March.
Biggest challenge probably just been about being able to get tough fight to this season. Just
I think we need to get our younger players up the bar where we're at, get on our pace, like learning the plays and how much learning we do in practice. Just getting them on the same level as us.
I believe that we gotta continue to play with a chip on our shoulder, not get too comfortable, not feed off of what accomplishments we made last year, and continue to play with it.
I feel like our biggest challenge is winning the state. You know, last year we won was lost. And I feel like this year our biggest challenge is actually winning the state.
What are some of the games on your guys' schedule that you're looking forward to, and why?
I know I'm looking forward to the Norcross game, say, next Saturday. So that's just one big game I'm looking forward to.
For me, it don't really matter about what the team is. It's really week by week what's the better team.
I'm really looking forward to playing two different teams. One is McDonough. A lot of stuff has been said about that game. And our rival, Sandy Creek.
I think about all, like I've said, we have an extremely tough schedule, so I'm looking forward to the competition. I build my schedule around playing teams that you may think is better than we are, so we have to go out there and prove ourselves. We play Norcross, we play Tucker, we play Sandy Creek twice. All these teams are ranked. We play Tucker, we play Wheeler. All these teams are pretty much 7A or 6A schools besides Sandy Creek. Right, preseason 1 and 3 runs. I'm looking forward. Like I said, our schedule is very challenging. We're going to look forward to it.
categories. What type of relationship do you guys have with each other? How does that translate on the court play?
I transferred in halfway through my second semester, sophomore year. I didn't really know anything. So going into my junior year, I tried to hang out with them a lot more, get them comfortable, and I felt we're definitely a lot more together this year.
I feel like it's a family now. There's a lot going on, joking around, having fun. We get on the court and see what they really is. Play good.
My relationship has been they're like my brothers, so we real close. And that go over to the court because we all know what each other want to do.
And just one last final one for Coach. Obviously we won championships, but what do you really define as success for this team going throughout the year?
I think that to define success is that we come together as a team, play hard, we compete, and try not to lose. Okay, bottom line is not losing. We get beat, we get beat. We don't want to lose. I think there's a difference. So I've always told them that we can go out there as long as we go out there. And the goal for us is to get back. We lost on the last second shot in the state championship. So that's enough motivation. That's enough motivation for us to try and get back. It's a challenge, and that's what we like. And like I said, we get closer and closer as a team, so we'll be able to respond to those challenges that come up. So that's probably all.
Coach Flynn, thank you so much, young men. I've got food in the back for y'all. Coach, if you wouldn't mind checking in with them for a quick interview. And I believe up next is Trinity. Coach, young man, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Coach, you want to introduce your players for us?
So to my right, I have senior Lewis Robertson, Sam Smith, who's a junior, Justin, who's a junior, and then Alex Cassis, who's a freshman.
Coach, you have 4 seniors that played a lot of minutes, so you've got kind of a new nucleus you put together and the lab working on there as the end of the season. Kind of introduce us to how the team is going to be different, or kind of just give us an overview of the team since it's a different.
So since I've been at Trinity, almost every year our teams looks so different from the previous year. I don't think we've ever carried kids for just continuously for 4 years or something like that. So I'm kind of used to this, but this group is, they're younger, but very talented. Some of them have been, Sam has been in our program for his 3 years, so he's kind of familiar to what we do. We have another sophomore who's not here today, but our core group is pretty exciting. You can expect the same style of basketball we've always played. They're going to play hard, they're going to defend, and they're going to move the ball. That's kind of what we do. But I'm excited that the youthfulness that we have, and that will happen for a long period of time.
Coach. seem like your son here or somebody that's relative. How you feel about a young man in Justin's game?
Yes, Justin is my nephew, so that's why. How do I feel about his game? So I think Justin is probably our most gifted offensive player. Has a lot of tools. He's left-handed and can do a lot of things, so that's usually hard to defend. There's a couple of lefties here that I know that can do some stuff, so he's in there. So I'm excited to see his growth from last year. He played JV for us last year, so just see how that translates to the varsity team. And our schedule's pretty tough, so that always doesn't give you a lot of room for, so you gotta kind of sink or swim. So I'm looking forward to that.
For each of the young men, last year, Sammy was really just a player that just created a lot of energy. Where's that going to come from this year? Who's going to bring the intensity when you're down? Or, just comment on your game and if that's going to be part of your what you're going to bring.
So I feel the energy is going to come from the bench, mainly from the whole team chemistry and the way we play.
I'm definitely going to try and bring some of the energy that we're losing from Sammy. It's definitely going to come from the bench, like Justin said. And just have one young guys.
I believe if we all come together, like all players of the team, if we don't have to rely on one person, it would be special.
So big thing for us will be just contribution, as Louis said, from everyone. Sammy left some big shoes to fill, and Isaac did too as well. And you can't replace guys like that because they're just very unique. But I think collectively, as a unit, we can do that, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
I can recall the conversation we had last year. The theme of last year's season was to burn the boats. Are you coming with the same mentality this year?
So, for those guys, a lot of them were seniors. So that whole burn the boats principle was predicated with that, came from the idea that, hey, this is your last ride. The Vikings, when they went somewhere, they burned their boats so that there's no turning back. So I kind of wanted them to have that. So I think a lot of that stuck with this group, but our theme this year is to hunt. They're younger, so they have to figure out how to get to that place where they can consistently. So we want to always be on the hunt to prove ourselves, to prove who we are, to prove our games and all that stuff. So that's the theme for this year.
We can just go down the line. What skill sets do you bring to the floor? Just specific shooter or defense or whatever your attributes are.
I think the energy on the board, translation.
So I feel like I bring a little bit of everything: shooting, finishing, defense, just overall playing.
I say I always try to bring as much energy and effort as I can, and I really thrive on defense. I think personally, so I just bring effort every time I go out.
Shooting has always been my biggest skill, but I believe that I'm growing in every other part of my game, and I play for my team.
Coach, how does the football season play? I know you guys are in for a long run. They are. Who does that mean? I know you had 4 or 5 players last year. Are those guys still teed up to come back when the season's over?
So we have about 5 guys on that team that'll contribute. The twins, they're pretty dynamic on the football field, but they also bring that same dynamic to the basketball court. They understand their role, which really helps us. They bring a lot of grit and a lot lot of just leadership that this group will need. So then I have Sean Braxton Jr., who's also will help. Ethan McDowell will help. And Josiah Johnson will definitely, those 5 guys will make an impact on our roster. It's always been like that.
Who will be providing that court general role for y'all this year with Sammy and Isaac?
So again, for this group, we don't have one person, so it's kind of like a team effort. So we're going to count a lot on like some Justin, some Sam, and Lewis. They'll share that role. So it'll be different depending on the matchup, depending on how they're playing us, and then we'll go from there. But we don't have one person that's going to spearhead that.
Is there a marquee game that y'all looking forward to, players?
For me, I don't know, because that's my first year here, so I really don't know if I'm going to play the game. That's it.
So I'm really looking forward for the Wolves schedule. I'm excited for the Wolves season, so I'm just trying to play the Wolves.
I'm excited for the whole season, obviously, but in particular, probably the landmark heritage games, like just the big rivalry games, I'm excited for, but just the whole season in general.
I look forward to every game we play, but right now my focus is on our first game.
Green Forest.
Please bring back the 7 foot.
They still have the same roster, so but we're there. So I just want to get over that hump. They kind of been a thorn in our flesh for the last 2 years. They limited us in the Final Four by 3 points the previous year, and then last year we lost in the Sweet 16 by 3 points. So it's kind of like just trying to get over that hump.
Coach, thank you so much. Young men, food in the back for you. Coach, if you wouldn't mind checking on them with a quick interview right here. And next up will be Sandy Creek. He's got a man. Media Day and Power for Life, Cameron Garage Doors and Renovations, Everything Sweets, and Ellison's Brothers Barbecue.
To the immediate right of me is 6'7" senior Jordan Brewer. This is the point guard we have, Andrew Williams, who is also a senior, and sophomore Michael Smith.
This one is for Coach. You guys had a tremendous season last year, but you graduated some players. What does the nucleus of your team look like this year, and how do you kind of build coming into the start of the season?
Obviously, we lost a lot, 75, up to 80% of all points, rebounds, and assists. So, in a lot of people's minds, it is considered a rebuild. Fortunately, we've got some very, very talented kids. This is the smallest number of seniors we've ever had. Jordan and Andy are 2 of the 3. I don't think any team since I've been here has been less than 6. So we're going to be relying on a lot of youth off the bench and starting. So really the day-to-day in practice is trying to get them to comprehend how hard we have to practice every single day to have a chance against those non-region powerhouses that you want to play in the season and stuff like that. So we're getting there. We had a really good first week, even better second week, and you can see the gears starting to slowly but surely, churn, and they're realizing what it truly takes every single second on the floor.
For the players, what are you guys' biggest strengths, and how have you refined that this offseason?
I feel like my biggest strength is my passing ability and being unselfish. And over the offseason, I've been trying to be a better leader and talk more and work on my shooting.
I think my biggest strength is my ball handling and getting other guys involved and getting our shooters involved and getting the ball to the guys who get the ball in the hoop. And I think my leadership needs to go up, especially being senior, like led. Me and Jordan right here, we're the main 2 seniors. We have 1 more. Other than that, we got to get the youth up to par.
I feel like the biggest part of my game is my finishing. But this offseason I'm just trying to work on being a better playmaker, collapsing the defense, kicking out, things like that.
This one's mostly for the player, but also for Coach. How has your guys' relationship worked to kind of help you guys on the court? What is that relationship really like?
Since day one, it always feels like a brotherhood, you never feel out of place when you're with us. We make sure that everybody's good, and we always look out for each other. That goes on the court, with us trusting each other on and off the court, and that we all got each other back.
Yeah, it's the trust for me and the respect, knowing how we've been playing together since we know each other for a while. And also being able to learn and have experience from last year, learning from those guys, we think that we can really bring something this year.
It's truly a brotherhood. I've been here 4 years. Every year, it's been a brotherhood. It's seniors stepped up. They've always, helped the young guys out, things like that. When someone's injured, always keep them uplifted and things like that.
I've been in some locker rooms before where, whether I was playing or coaching somewhere else, where the chemistry and the outside of practice, relationships weren't great. Every single year here, you can just hear how much fun they have after practice, before practice, or in the locker room. You're going through the wash machine to do the practice jersey uniforms, and they're having so much fun. They love being around each other. And it makes your job so much easier when you know your players enjoy being around each other outside of practice. And what it's really starting to blossom into is they're being able to hold each other accountable on the court. They're able to communicate, and whether it may be hostile at times or it may just be more encouraging and positive, but they can challenge each other when somebody's not, meeting the standard. And it's now it's going to come to, they're so young, and now you're getting challenged by somebody who's your same age, and it's not an authority figure or a coach. They got to be able to have the mental maturity and handle it and be able to process it, like, oh, my teammate's just trying to help me instead of he's attacking me. And we've seen a lot of good signs that it's turning into that. We'll have some times in games where there may be a little meltdown or two. But that's just the nature of maturing as a basketball player.
Start this one off with Coach and then go through the players. But what is your biggest challenge for this team this year, and how do you overcome that?
The biggest challenge, I'm not going to say out loud because we play some schools in here and I don't want them to know what our biggest weakness is. But no, I mean, the biggest challenge is we don't have Jabari Smith. We don't have Miles Rice. I mean, there's no secret to that. Them dudes were going to pump in 50 points, almost 20 rebounds, and 15 assists on their own. We're going to have to do it by committee. We're going to have to do it by sharing the ball. We're going to have to take a lot less challenge shots, you know, as any coach would do. You give somebody like Jabari license to shoot some really tough shots that other kids have no business taking. We're going to have to really make sure we share the ball, move the ball, and create great shots for one another. So it's going to start with being really extremely unselfish offensively. And then we got to make them. We need some made shots, because the dudes can make shots at a high level.
It's like what Coach said. We don't have Jabari, we don't have Miles no more. So we have to go out there and, as a team, you know, every night might be, you know, someone different. You know, depending on the matchups, things like that. So one night Michael might be the guy. Next night Andy. Next night me. You know, anything.
Yeah, the challenge for us would be like how we lost our main stars last year, but also like coming together, playing together as a team, and keeping that culture strong. I think that would be a main challenge for us this year.
Yeah, like Andy said, just making sure we're coming to compete every game, every practice, making sure we get 100% out of all of us and not taking the day for granted.
This one's for everyone as well. What games are you guys looking forward to, and why?
We're ready for all the games. It's not no game we're looking forward to. We're looking forward to just going out and competing versus everybody and seeing how we look against top competition, whether it's not region or region.
Yeah, same with our youth. I think we gotta take it like day by day, practice by practice, and we can't like look towards the future. We gotta take it game at a time.
I'm looking forward to Newton on Tuesday, but that's all I'm focused on right now.
Going away from coach speak where you just say I'm looking forward to Newton in practice. I think the Fayette games this year are going to be really fun. We're playing McIntosh. I think we didn't play last season, but playing them at their place is always going to be really fun. Their student section is, it can stir you up as a player, and it's just fun. It's a fun environment to play in. So playing some of the county schools is going to be really fun. But like the showcase games, we know we got I think we're playing 3, what some people say preseason favorites for their classification. You got Providence and Pace, obviously Fayette's one of them. So, I mean, anytime we get to play the best in another classification is always really, really fun. Kale, play Kale. So those are always just games that guys get excited for. And as a competitor, as a coach, yeah, those are most definitely the ones I'm looking forward to.
And then just one final one for Coach. Obviously, you want to win as much as possible, but what defines success for this team and your squad?
What defines success is we'd like to obviously win as many games as possible. I've been saying it since day one to them. I was like, guys, we're going to take some lumps, but we're also going to have some great moments where you're having your own, legacy building, tradition building wins. We got to be able to, like, let's say, I think there's going to be games where we're barely trying to score 40 points, and there's games where we're going to score 70. I think it could be pretty up and down at times, but the ability to just come in and work extremely hard the next day, whether it's a great win or you're coming off a 20-point loss and you look terrible the night before, just showing that hunger and that consistency is what's going to build us for that the challenges that lay ahead, hopefully, for a region tournament time in the playoffs.
Coach, young man, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Food in the back, and Coach, if you wouldn't mind joining them for a short interview. And up next is our host, East Coweta. would you introduce your young men?
We have a senior lady bunch that's been here for a long time, so I don't think it's 2 or 3 players. I really think they all will add to value to where we're trying to go. This is Jared Rose, senior guard, Delrico Gillespie, senior forward, J.K. Cameron, senior point guard, Jordan Eden, senior guard, Samuel Moss, senior guard, Answer Adams, one of our defensive specialists, right, and Chandler Winston, another senior forward.
Coach, with this being a senior class, obviously you've had these boys for a while, these young men for a while. What does it mean to you just to see them grow into the men they are today in this program?
Well, I think, being in an area like this, man, seniors is everything. I think you can't win a championship without 17 and 18-year-old seniors, because now they have matured physically and mentally to a point where we get in those environments when it's really tough, that they kind of will stay level-headed so we can finish the assignment. So I think everybody up here except Jordan, who was with us in 9th grade, was with us in North Paulding, where we suffered that loss. And it was a heartfelt loss for us when the locker room was torn up. And so I think definitely, once we get into that environment again, the first round of state playoffs, that would be something we will remember to make sure we won't never get that further again.
So what did you learn, or you guys, what did you learn in the locker room? Or when you looked inside, what did you see, and how did that change how you looked at this coming year?
I just seen like the bond that we had together as a team.
I just seen how all the younger guys cared and how much we wanted so we could be ready for this.
I seen the passion.
I see how family is everything. I see how family is everything, and I see how we all pick each other up, pick it down, and look forward to getting back at it.
I seen how we all felt some type of way about it and knew that we was gonna come back stronger than ever.
I seen how encouragement can make or break your teammates season.
Looking at the roster, Coach, there's no question that this team is loaded. Just what is your expectations on this season?
Funny you asked about our expectation. I was just talking to one of our superintendent of facilities outside, and his son goes to Noonan. But however, I think everyone in the county can also say we have a team that's probably built, right, to make that run. But a lot of things got to go your way, right? Injuries, distractions, and just getting through the season to get to that end of get to the end of the season, get to the big game. Also being in 7A, we play against a lot of kids that go on to be in the NBA, as well as Division I, high-level Division I kids. So I just think the chemistry, in the end, that matters in high school sports still. I think that matters. I think we definitely have a bond where, for example, our JV group yesterday, once we finished practice, I asked my coach, how did it go? And he sent me the group feed while all of them was going to the YMCA. He said, Coach, I think we're going to be all right again. So we have that bunch where I think one of them had a birthday party and they all went paintball. They go to do stuff together. And I think that's some of the things I think we forget. High school is still about that bond. And I think we have that.
You guys said as a gentleman here, as a senior, this is your last run here with the East Coweta jersey. What do you hope to take away this year from a winning standpoint and also from a personal standpoint?
It's my senior year, so from an individual standpoint, I'm just hoping that I can do my best and give it everything I got so I won't have regrets in the future. And from a team standpoint, it would be to win as many games as possible and go far in the playoffs.
From a personal standpoint, I just feel like that loss last year really left a toll on me, and I just know that the team I got this year and the gel and bond we got this year, we're going to make it to a state championship, no doubt. And as a team aspect, I just feel like if we stay locked in and keep working how we work, and nobody can compete with us in the story.
From a team standpoint, we've been at it for the summer. We've been at it together since the summer, and ever since then, like, I feel our chemistry and our bond got tighter and tighter. We all started spending time with each other, going to each other's house, kicking it. And for my personal standpoint, I just want to do whatever I got to do for my team, get us over the hump, make sure they're good, pick them up when they're done.
For a personal standpoint, you want to leave it all on the floor. It's our senior year, it's our last ride. So give it your all. For a team standpoint, play hard, win as many as possible, and hopefully stay championship.
For an individual standpoint, I just want to leave it
Individual standpoint, glad to pick my brothers up, bond. For a team standpoint, I would win the state championship, win the region, win as many games as possible.
Individually, I'm just trying to do whatever I can do for our team to get the win. And for a team standpoint, I just want to, hopefully we can make the state run.
In this high school, the old high school is East Coweta Middle School, they have not attained a region championship. So that's our first goal, first and foremost. You know, to start winning, you have to learn to win. And I think that's something that we can start with, a region championship, and then we can move on to the next step. But I think that's definitely important. Before you make that run, you know, you get to kind of get into those 3 and 4 game scenarios that you don't have a lot of time to prepare. And win those tournaments first, because you know these days there's a lot of showcases, so you don't get the tournament feel. So the region tournament will be something that these kids will get a chance to actually get into a tournament feel and understand what it takes before we actually get into what you call the big dance.
Piggybacking off what you just said about region tournaments and showcases, what do you feel like is different between the two? Do you feel like we should go back to tournament style, or just more media, or what's your opinion on it?
Well, I think with social media, the showcases are to showcase players more so than what it was about the team. So, you know, when we get invited to certain showcases, it's because of Del Rico or because of Sammy Moss, right? They want to see Sammy Moss go up against this person. So we play in Pace Academy. They have a kid that's committed to Cincinnati, and they want to see Sammy go against one of their Division I guards, and they want to see Del Rico go up against the kid that's going to Cincinnati. So I think the showcases are more geared towards matchups, and I think the tournament was more of a team-oriented thing. And with social media, unfortunately, which is a good thing and a bad thing, it's more so that you gotta have a name, or you don't get invited, or you don't get the primetime games. So that's kind of how I feel about, you know, the showcasing tournaments and why we don't have them, you know, like it once was.
Y'all have region tournaments?
Yeah, so we have our region tournament at Campbell High School. They have a beautiful facility. That's an arena type. So, you know, when we go to Macon, we go to Beaufort, right? We already had that field.
Played at Lemon Street.
Yeah, so also we play the Lemon Street Classic. The Lemon Street Classic in Marietta, it's a really, it's 24 teams in it, and it is going to be a tournament. I want to look for a tournament style, or to be an event for our kids in that platform. And that's at Marietta High School, so it's supposed to be 24 of the best teams in the state, and they're gonna have 3 8-team brackets, right? So there'll be 3 champions, as well as we're going to Miami. We got invited to Miami again for a showcase, so they want to see certain players against certain players. So I think it'll be a great experience for the kids, for us to travel as a team, and some of them that will go on to play college sports, they get that feeling for us to travel as a team, and we're flying too. So I know the first time I flew was when I was recruited. So this would be some of their experiences of ones that hadn't flown yet.
This question is from Mr. Jordan. Coming back reuniting with your brothers, what does that feel like, or what does that mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot to me. In ninth grade, we started off, we were young, we had a lot to learn. So, I feel like personally we got better, like communicating and just growing to be family on and off the court. So yeah, I feel really good about this year and the season.
Just ask everybody, what's your biggest improvement in your game from last year to this year?
My biggest improvement is my athleticism. I feel like my biggest improvement is communicating and having more confidence and taking big shots.
My biggest improvement is my attitude and my ball handling.
My biggest improvement is playing off the ball and defense.
My biggest improvement is my shooting work.
My biggest improvement is being able to run the floor, shoot basketball.
My biggest improvement is confidence and defense.
The best thing about being in a rural area, I think we get to kind of get in what I call the lab, and they will improve, and nobody will really not know. So I think, some of the northern teams are going to be surprised because all of these kids have improved to a point where it really doesn't matter who they see. We'll have the skill set, or we'll have the tools to match to get what we need to get done as a team.
You beat all these guys one-on-one?
We play during the summer, and the old man still wins games. They know that, right? Me and my 12-year-old son, we still win games with 3 or 4 of the lower level players. So I think, they're learning too, and I think what that builds, the only reason why I play with them and Coach Jerome is still, active enough, and some other coaches out there, it just keeps teaching them how to compete, right? You need to win every time. You don't ever need to let me win, or if I have my son on the court, or we have players that supposedly is not as good as you, right? You need to learn to compete every time you touch the court. Because once you go to that next level, if you don't learn to be competitive now, you're gonna be sucked up your whole freshman or sophomore year wherever you go. So that's my whole point of playing. I really play for conditioning and also teach them how to be effective without scoring, right? I cannot score a bucket and we still win every game, right? Where I have one of my assistant coaches, Coach Stradler, score every bucket and still show them. So we just try to show them different ways on how to win because, like Coach Pierce always tell them, who is going to be out in this roster? Because when we were 24-1, we had a kid named Zach Hill, that's playing LaGrange. He was out in the roster. He did all the dirty work. So once we find that, I think it'll complete the circle.
Does he cheat when y'all play? Does he foul?
I think most people in here are interested in asking you, Coach, how is the team gelling thus far? And anybody on the team wants to add that they can as well.
All right, I'm going to let our 2 captains kind of close with that, Sammy Moss and Answer Adams in regards to the gelling, because it doesn't matter what I think, right? It pretty much matters what's going on in the locker room.
I feel like we're gelling more than ever. Me coming in last year and, just seeing new faces, and I feel like just all together, they welcomed us in well, and we just communicating and hanging out more than ever and just developing a relationship so we can be better on and off the court and get ready for college.
We gelled to the point where when Answer came and Rico came, I know they felt like we wasn't gonna let them in, but as soon as they came, we considered them our brothers. And we considered hanging out with them outside of the court and just making sure they feel comfortable because we got something to prove on the court.
Yeah, I think these kids did a good job. That's always the case when you get new kids in, will they match or is it a good fit, especially being a community type environment. And I think these kids did a good job of accepting, you know, other kids into what we already had. I think definitely gelling is there, but you know, we're gonna go through the season and now we have to find new roles, right? Because they've grown up, like who is gonna take the last shot when we play the shot clock games. Right, when I make a call, right, you know, making sure we're not having jealousy in the locker room on the court. So I think it's something. All right, so my mic is dead, guys. So guess we have to talk loud for the last two guys. I'm gonna try to find a battery real quick. In between. Yep. So all right, that'll be it for East Coweta. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Point guard, returning point guard. To his right is junior Emeka Ilo. I'm sorry, senior Emeka Ilo, and then junior Theo Elwell.
What are your expectations this year? What are your goals?
Yeah, I always get the guys together before the season and ask them what their expectations are, what their goals are. And my goal is always the same every year. We want to make the state tournament and see what goes from there. These guys, after our preseason meeting, they want to contend for a regional championship. I think that we got a lot of question marks, a lot of hard work to get there, but I think that's something that's an achievable goal. We've got some obstacles, going forward. I mean, two of these guys, we haven't had any, they just got finished on the football field, so we haven't even had a practice yet with our full team. We've had some injuries early on this season already, some people being sick, and so, all these coaches have talked about how important chemistry is, and we built some of that this summer towards the end of the season. I felt we had a lot of chemistry. We have to rebuild that back as quick as possible. But we can't build on that because we do graduate, our starting five and a lot of experience. But we've got a lot of guys coming up ready to step into those shoes and take it to the next level.
What are some things that you guys
I'll start us off. On the weekends, we would go and play basketball. One of our players' dad actually owned a gym. So we'll just go to the gym, get some shots up, and vibe this weekend.
I So with Whitewater actually called out McIntosh and they were looking forward to playing you guys. Is that feeling mutual and what's the culture between each of the teams? How do you play together?
I'd say that it's mutual feelings. We have a lot of buddies over there at Whitewater. We're looking forward to compete with them and hopefully come out with a win.
I'm looking to compete every game. It's not really a specific team that I'm looking to compete with more than the other. I just want us to win games and compete and play hard with each other.
I feel like my rebounding, post moves, steps up to the table.
I feel like the best part of my game is my defense. I feel like I'm an effective shot blocker, and I feel like I contribute to the team a lot on defense.
I feel like my biggest contribution to the team would also be my defense, and I'm able to make plays on the court and find open teammates.
Coach, this is one question for you, but if you players that represent them, who are some players on the team now that maybe aren't present, but are going to play their role?
Well, yeah, we definitely have two other seniors that I think are gonna step up and play good for us. Hayden Logan was on the team last year and got some experience. Andre Akiyemi is another senior that I think is going to step up. We also have several young guys. We have a good number of sophomores. Emeka's little brother. When I say little, he's not so little, but he's sophomore. He's probably going to step in and get some minutes. Landon Bohanchik, also a sophomore, is probably going to step up and get some minutes. Cade Sisk as a junior. So it's going to be, I expect these guys to play a prominent role, but it's going to be a legitimate. We want to get up and down and run and play fast.
Well, we all are in the same locker room, and we stretch together. We get prepared together. There's a lot of team chemistry in the locker room before the games.
I think Brandon said it well, that before the game we kind of lock in together. We don't really have players on their own that try to do their own thing. We all stay together and lock in and prepare for the game.
I just got asked, that's not going to do with it, but who's to go, LeBron or Jordan?
I gotta say, Michael Jordan.
I would agree with him. Jordan. Oh, Jordan, no doubt. 100%. All right, thank you so much.
Up next will be Heritage. Speak as loud as possible. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Coach, if you'd be kind enough to introduce your ball players and speak as loud as you can, or we've lost our microphone.
To my right, we have senior Sean Nichols, guard. To his right, sophomore guard, Max Livermore. Max is right, forward, senior, Emmanuel Mulder. To his right, Owen Marcus, senior, forward.
definitely say this is my 4th year as a head coach. This team is definitely the most versatile and the deepest we've been. We only have four guys here right now, but we have a lot of guys still playing football, some young guys as well. They're going to make some names for themselves. So a lot of energy with this team.
We're also a lot taller this year.
Henry. Yeah, Henry's about 6'7" now. He's grown. We just had practice yesterday. He looked really good. He's gotten a lot better.
Coach, what do you think got some new pieces? How do you think the team? What do you think the team is doing? He's really big. Think you can pound it inside, or you can run the floor, or all the above?
I think this team, like I said earlier, more in the beginning, the versatility that we have, this team is going to be able to play different ways. We're going to be able to play fast. Henry's going to play slow. But it's just, I'm excited. It's going to be a really fun season because these guys can do so many different things.
Question for the players. What do you feel like they need? What do you feel like y'all improved upon since last season?
I feel like we had a lot of chemistry last year, but I feel like we got new pieces like Sean and Chance, we got another guy. I feel like we broke them, so with the people coming in, we hang outside of basketball and all that. So I think probably just still maintain my team chemistry from last year, stuff that's fine, and show more on the court.
I mean, we got a lot of experience. Last year we were a pretty experienced team. It was a lot of people's first year stepping into like a major role. So we got a lot more knowledge, for this year.
I'll just pick that up what Emmanuel said about the chemistry that is going to help us on the court.
I like to say when I first transferred, hey, both of the arms, like I've been there for 53 years, so it's like when I first came, they both of me, they brothers on the court, off the court, hanging out, in school, all that. So I feel like we're gonna be good this year, and the brotherhood around here, and just being tight to help us with the class.
Max and Amanda gentlemen were both here last year. Amanda, you were kind of slashing to the basket. Max, you were hitting shots. How does the adding in the presence of Sean and Malachi, how does that going to change your game? How's that going to make your game better? And what enhances it?
I feel like Coach Jones said, we're more versatile this year. Like it was more of just either one or two. Like either we're ready to drive or shoot. And I know like that's what we're doing in basketball. But I feel like this year instead of like being like more like robots or running through plays, I feel like now with more pieces we're gonna be able to play outside of that. Like you said, play fast, play so slow, but switch it up because we have to change pace and just do different things than we did last year.
I think with the new pieces we added, I think it's going to give me a chance to facilitate a little bit more, not just look at scoring.
I posted a picture of Coach in his high school games this week. Can he still hoop? Does he still play with you guys?
What are you answer? They're going to lie. That's why you're actually going to lie.
Does he still have fouls?
Foul and cheats every time. I definitely feel like we're going to win, but I do also think it'll be like a good game. So I think it'll, like last year, unfortunately we didn't win, but I do think we'll definitely win this year. That will be a way better game.
Last year, over the schools I went to the playoffs, what fire that burned y'all to a hunger that is still y'all to get back on the court in the off season before the season starts to prepare this upcoming season?
I feel like even though COVID pulled us out of it, we still individually we still wanted to compete until we couldn't anymore. So this year, we're not, like Cole isn't going to like progress more. I feel like we'll definitely have a shot at it, and I think we'll
Just to follow up what he said, last year the way it ended his season was determined it sucked. But these guys have been putting in work all summer in the preseason. I think it's what else.
What would you say is the expectations for this year?
Since I've been here, even when we had those state championship teams, I never put that on those guys. It's always been be the better player than you were when I first got you. The summertime. So that's for me the biggest thing, just to make sure I see the player in all of these guys. And that's always been my opinion as far as expectations go.
Who's the best trash talker on the team?
Coach Jerome. Coach Jerome. Might be Coach Jerome. Coach Jerome.
Last year with the team, or did you say this is your first year?
Yeah.
What do you feel about this game?
I feel like in my scratching ability, I feel like penetration, I can find Max on the wing when he get open. I feel like I can be that consistent on defense side, but do whatever my team coach needs to do, win games. That's the first thing to go. I mean, I always, it could be. It could be. I mean, I just say I like to bring that energy and that intensity, so making everybody around me get fired up on either end of the court. That's where it starts. Defense, translate to offense, and I like with them.
So make some dunks going on. Awesome.
I hope so. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Coach. If you wouldn't mind checking with them for a quick interview. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Up next is Northgate.
Have senior Kenny Ward, got a junior right here, this is like Fitzgerald, I got junior.
You know, the season had its ups and downs, but I was in the gym in Whitewater that night, and I was almost qualified to go to the playoffs, and they came just short against Whitewater.
And yeah, we're gonna kind of build off that. You know, I got these guys here, these three guys, these only guys that have any varsity playing experience coming back from the team. A lot of guys got 5 seniors, and a bunch of juniors, a couple sophomores. None of them have any varsity playing experience. So we're gonna lay heavy on these 3 individuals throughout the season.
Coach, we'll get started. You had a couple guys up there with you. Talk about who you had with you.
Well, actually, the second time around head coach at New Girls, but it's always good to get a second opportunity. the biggest thing with these guys is building some pride, some discipline, some enthusiasm throughout the year. Talk to a couple of schools about that once you interview it. That's pretty much what we want to get started. Guys are working hard. Came in, had A in practice this past week and last week to get things rolling. So I think we're headed in the right direction. Just want the guys to come out and compete every night and enjoy playing the game of basketball. The biggest thing I see, we're going to have to learn how to overcome adversity. I know we had a lot last year, and we're going to run through some runs and get some adversity this year. Simply because we got some inexperienced guys in a couple of areas. But I think we're going to do a good job of overcoming it. That's the biggest thing I want us to do to overcome adversity.
Gentlemen, kind of introduce yourself to us and your game, kind of how your game plays out, what your strengths are, how you see yourself fitting in this program and under Coach Pete's leadership.
I think my biggest attribute to leadership also is basketball shooting. I love whatever it is. Next thing
well, these three individuals right here are playing on the perimeter for us. We've got a couple of interior guys, like I said, they're kind of inexperienced, but we're going to lean heavy on those guys doing the hard work, defending, rebounding the ball, getting out and pushing the ball forward. So, like I said, these guys, like I said, be on the perimeter the majority of the time. So it's going to be pretty much a team effort. I'm going to say it's one individual player, we have to do it as a collective group.
So obviously you guys already knew Coach Pete, he was already there. Did you learn anything new about him or from his experience in your short time together, since he is the head coach?
The city boy, so I'm not enjoying it. I've been around this coming down here. Yeah, it's all every 5, 6 months, obviously.
I have to agree with that too. Also, I think it's a big energy given. I know it's about his role, but I think he's got a really good culture behind us. He said he made a lot of good practice. He screamed, and then he really cared about us.
So you'll scream at him in the morning and then walk right down the hall later today and say what's up.
But yeah, like I said, we just try to get things started in the morning. Just like you said earlier, bring energy, and that's the biggest thing. Being enthused about being in practice, and then going to carry over into the game. We're going to do a lot of little everything, like I said, inexperience, got to kind of find an edge. Who can do what, who cannot do this. Like I said, we got a lot of guys that have the different things they can bring to the table. Like I said, interior guys, we got the 4 good post players that feel good about, getting post entry pass, getting the ball back out the perimeter from the post entry pass. So like I said, we're going to do a variety of things.
Who's the name that's going to jump out at us when we kind of watch the game here? You two and
I think Will McFarland. I think he's great on the defensive end, rebounding basketball. He didn't play last year because of COVID. He's a junior. He did play some his freshman year. But I think he's going to bring a lot to the table, especially on the defensive end. Make these guys' job a lot easier to get out of the court. Well, actually, we started off with Osborne on the 20th. And then Riverville on that Monday. But Osborne's good test for us. Starting with scrimmage next week. We'll start against Cross Keys. Then we'll roll next Saturday against Osborne. So, like I said, I'm anxious to see what we put together, how the guys come out and perform, get them playing hard, get them competing. We'll see what things happen at the end of the game.
What day is the scrimmage?
The 16th. The 16th. And 20 is the off. Yeah, right.
I'd say my strengths again, leadership, passing the ability, my teammates involved. We have a lot of work on this offseason, finish better, these bigger guys come, smaller, stuff like that, but also just being able to really bring the best out of my teammates all the time.
I'm not able to hit those shots. And they don't go so late. I start my game up. I did. Learning to still get better. It's hard. My team screaming. I got soft talk.
Do you have soft talk?
Get in him, push him. They can't rough him up a little bit for him to just do what he needs to do. I see that. I think our last practice, he lies, start talking trash to me, turn the ball over, and the next play he'll come down and just make a good pass off the pick and roll. And I just encourage him. Tell him that's what he's doing.
So can you hear, you're a scorer, you scored in the past. You're going to be, there's a lot of pressure on you to score points this year.
I know, I made my last
I got people beside me. Y'all ain't never heard of it. Just going on to the side.
All three of these guys, like I said, these two guys on the ones playing experience with Barson, like I said, inexperienced a couple of years, but like you just said, it's about pushing these lines, pushing John's position, these lines, and vice versa. And like I said, it's going to be a collective group, collective effort. You never know who's going to. It might be Kenny one night, it might be a run, a single ball, brother. So you just never know who's going to show up that night. The expectation, like I said, building some pride, being enthused about practicing games, and being disciplined. That's the biggest thing. And practice and also.
I look forward to watching. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Your outside voices, go ahead and start off, Brad.
All right, just for Coach, start off. Last season, you guys finished, how do you go into the season? Last season, what did you change?
Last season we didn't end with making the playoffs like we wanted to. We had a good season, a much improved season from what we had. But yeah, that goal is obviously making the state playoffs. So we kind of, you have to fall down sometimes to figure out how to do that. And I think that's what we did over the summertime. We always looked at what we did badly last season or what we did wrong and how we can improve that this year and how we can actually move forward as a team. And so we have a lot of senior leadership with our group this year and a lot of guys that lived through, a couple of disappointing moments last year, so we can figure out how to do those better this year.
For the players, what are kind of your biggest strengths and some of your weaknesses? How have you worked on
I'd say this year I'll be like an all-around player. My confidence wasn't there last year. I'm not going to go with that, so I'll be getting used to that.
I would say my biggest strength is everyone on my team involved. And then my biggest weakness is definitely I'm not a vocal leader, but I've been working on that recently. I just try to lead by example, but I understand my senior leadership comes vocally too. So.
Something they won't say either is the fact that they've all been in the gym working hard. Like I said, these are not guys that shy away from gym time. They're the ones that are texting me, hey, coach, you get the gym, hey, coach, you get the gym. So some of them may not lead vocally, but they lead by example, by wanting to be in the gym, expecting their teammates to be in the gym, and setting that example of hard work first, and then figure it out after that.
Yeah, it kind of leads into my next question. I wanted to ask about just the relationships with the players and how that kind of translates to on-court play. So what is your guys' relationship like?
We're pretty close. We're pretty well put. We're all friends.
Yeah, say we spent a lot of time with Joe out of school. It's all about that relationship.
Yeah, I would say every single team I've been on, they're really happy fun and there's like stuff like summer league and fall league and really get to know each other even better. And then that's what let's build chemistry.
Yeah, and when you see the guys, they're obviously a very tight knit group. Sometimes you got to say, get the heck out of here. Like they want to hang around after practice. They want to play. They want like you see them hanging around out with each other outside of the gym. That's usually really important. You kind of I've coached teams before, it's like everybody hated each other off the court and they kind of bonded on the court. These guys bonded obviously on the court, playing each other with each other for the last 3 years. And it shows. You see them building that relationship off the court. It really leaks into their own play too. It also gives them the ability to criticize each other in a positive way. Where sometimes if you don't have a good relationship off the court, sometimes you're trying to pick your teammates up and go up negative. With these guys, they talk to each other the same way they talk to each other off the court. And I feel like that really, you can see that bond. You kind of realize the way that Phil and Levi talk to each other, the way that Evan and Phil talk to each other. Like they're not ever griping. They're even say, hey man, you got to pick it up. It's not something negative. So that's built right.
This is a question for everybody. We'll start with Coach. What is your biggest challenge going into the season? How do you overcome it?
I think one of our biggest challenges is getting guys that have not played a big role with our team to play a bigger role. We have guys like Evan and Phil who played a big part of our success last year. They were a very big part of what we did. And we got guys like Levi, we got a couple guys in front of them that we expect a lot out of. I think as a coach, it's kind of getting some of those guys and not have a lot of expectations on them to understand that we all believe in them. We all believe that they can contribute to the team. With Levi, I know exactly what Levi can do in a game, and I just need him to, you got to get, as a team, we need to build each other's confidence up to actually play our roles. So once they figure those roles out, I think, like I said, our biggest role is, like say, Evan and Phil, our seniors, and say, hey man, this is what we expect you to do, and we know you can do it, so just show it to us. I think, like I said, once we find those roles, we'll be good.
Yeah, I'll definitely just piggyback up on that. I think our biggest challenge is getting the whole team to believe in themselves, no matter what. We have a lot of kids that don't have a lot of experience. And if you really just have one to do their job and make sure that they do their job when they're on the court, success this season.
I think our biggest thing will probably be size. I think one of our biggest things will probably be size, but we're definitely one of the faster teams. So I think as long as we can push ball forward, then we'll
It's basically just like confidence with the rest of our teammates. Like there's just like our starting five is confidence, but then once you get to that, like not as many people believe in themselves.
I wanted to ask, so what is some of the games that you guys are looking forward to, and
Start with me. I mean, obviously with the guys, they're always big on their rivalry games. You know, they love their Macintosh games, they love their Whitewater games. Me, I'm looking forward to next Saturday, which is our first official game, just kind of see what we got. You know, like I like to see what our off-season work and what our preseason work is. You know, what it's actually going to look like in the forward season. You always feel good about your team going in, and then you want to make sure that it actually translates to the actual game. So I'm really looking forward to next Saturday, just to see what we can do against Fayette. And then obviously the rivalry game, you know, because I get energy off of their energy, you know, and you try to keep them calm sometimes going into it, but I know that's what they're doing.
I think obviously the Macintosh, the Whitewater games, those are like kind of big rival games, but I'm interested to see like ours when we respond on like a Saturday morning game or something that's not as motivational, how we'll come with that mindset. There's the games I'm looking forward to see if we really can be a really great team. This is if you're still there mentally for those games that you really are mentally there for. So
yeah, I would say the Macintosh Whitewater games too. And then probably the games that are usually not Friday night games.
It's probably going to be like the region tournament play. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Last year we got kicked out like the first round. We need to come back for that this year.
I wanted to ask the players, do you guys have, do you have any in-depth positions or anything you need, like stuff that you need?
I don't really know.
I was just put myself in
I have like, if I'm not playing well with a certain, like if I have a band on or a certain accessory, I might take it off. I guess that's my best position is taking off. It's like mentally resetting for me. It's probably the best thing.
And take my blood pressure medicine, maybe. I don't know. Like that seems like a good habit to get for it. Yeah, like I don't really have anything, but honestly, I think about what I wear every time. Honestly, if we're on a heater, if we won a couple games, there's no chance I'm wearing anything different. I'm just gonna keep the same game day outfit going as long as I can. So, no unwashed anything like that. Just go ahead and keep the same setup.
Before we kind of touched on it a little bit, talked about the chemistry, but I know you've had a lot of different talent in previous years compared to this year. How do you get these guys to believe in each other and play as a team?
Yeah, I think one part of that comes from having very competitive practices from my standpoint. You know, like I think we're very competitive in practice, and you know, like I said, we truly see what each other has, and you know, it kind of helps us figure out, you know, like that guy can do this. I've seen him do that, and so that means I've got to make sure he does that in game. You know, there are some players that are also practice players compared to game players. We need to somehow figure out how to get them to translate that to the actual court. And I think that's how we, you know, like I said, we kind of build those things and kind of move through that. Because these guys, you know, where in the past we've had some bigs, like these two are probably the best shooters we've had in our program. That says a lot. We had two guys that set a 3-point record last year. But these two are probably, you know, like with Phil and Evan are two of our best rebounds, or two of our best shooters, excuse me, that we've had in the program. And so Levi said it a second ago too, we don't have a lot of size, but we have a lot of speed. And, you know, just getting them to kind of build that chemistry and push that to the ball. There hasn't been a practice, I don't think, yet where guys have not bleeding at least, you know, jump forward and get to know something, you know, because it's very competitive, very scrappy every single practice. And I think that's the best way to build it.
This will be a question for everybody, but how do you, obviously we want to make it possible, but for this season, how do you define
So we're probably, I'm one of the regional championship, like that, make a run for state. Like, in terms of people don't like think we're going to be all that this year, but we just got to have ourselves until.
Yeah, I'm about to say when the championship,
I think just like giving our best effort no matter what, like you go home and look in the mirror and you say I give my best effort, and everyone can say that, even if that leads to a region championship, a state championship, a state playoff appearance, whatever it is. I think that's the biggest thing when it comes to defining success. It's giving it all, no matter what game it is, whatever the situation is.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback all that, I want them obviously to come out better men, because they're young men going forward. I'd love to see a couple of these guys get some college scholarships and play basketball because that's what they want to do. My job is generally defined by their success, not as much my success. I would love to see them make the state playoffs. We were expected to do that last year after the season, and we didn't. And I know that they really want, and I know that they can get there. And so I suppose that would be fun. But just watching them grow as players, grow as young men is kind of how I generally define our expectations. But I mean, just like I told them, I expect them to. What I like to do every year is host a state playoff, which means you finish first or second in region. So that's what I like to do, finish first or second in region. Ideally, let's go ahead and take one. If we're going to be in the championship game, we might as well go ahead and win it. So that's what my expectation is.
Do you consider yourself somewhat of a soccer team? No, I would say consider you guys. Some people aren't more better than each other.
Yeah, that's fine. I would much rather be that team than be kind of one of those. Because we were, I guess, number 2 seed last year going into the region tournament, and I don't think people expect us to do that. But when I look at the guys in front of us, that's what I expect. I expect us to be one of the top seeds. It's nice to be a sleeper team. I would love, for the first half of the season, people come out and be like, we got shot out of the gym because we weren't ready, for what they were bringing to the table. Or I got rebounded by this kid number 10 who I've never seen before. I mean, that's what Levi's going to bring to the table. I feel like because a lot of our guys haven't played a ton or haven't had a major role, that we will be subbed on a little bit. And I think we'll exceed our expectations. Hopefully.
And one final thing, I've just been asking, who's to go, LeBron or Jordan?
Very honest. Probably
that kid's from Indiana, so you can't.
I'm going to go with LeBron. I'm a big LeBron guy.
The 90s kid, so Jordan all the way up. Jordan jerseys a kid, so LeBron doesn't always.
Very cool. All right.
You guys said that. Let me take a picture, put it up on Instagram.
Yeah, can I get a picture of you guys?
Oh, yeah. Hey, if you mind getting
Yeah, I can rock it.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Yeah, it should just say iPhone. But maybe one day.
Okay, awesome. I appreciate you sticking around. Sorry. You got everybody else. Is Chris still over there?
So Chris works for